And we got ourselves the chat box right here. Ah, it's Photoshop. Should be able to fix that real quick. Yep, I think we should be ready. So, I know tower's only in an hour. I know, but hour is an hour and then we have the tower, right? So I think we do like one chaos run. Maybe I get a better deck. I'm not even entirely sure what team I want to use. We'll check that out once we get our refresh for the Spire Tower of Screams. But yeah, for now I think we just go straight into a normal chaos. And maybe I walk away with a good deck just so we can get the time out of the way. Yeah. Okay, so Lab 0, Stage 10 is pretty good. Or difficulty 12. I prefer 13 or 14, but beggars can't be choosers. And I'm hard broke right now, so... yeah. Ooh, Tier 14 blue pot. I don't know. No. Tier 14 blue pot with Harden, discard, cannot rest. Let's buy some food. Let's buy some food and then it either happens or it doesn't, right? Alright, there we go. We get this out of the way. Rin should be geared. Veronica should be geared. Naja should be geared. Everybody should be ready. Alright. So, we've made it into the run. We've taken our sacrifice. Alright. It's Naja Muspel. I just found out that she released you is out of the loop. If you're looking for the best support in Chaos, I'd say you can definitely go for her because she has the highest amount of unique cards and she also probably has the best healing depending on how you forgot the food? No. See, now you remember food exists, right? You don't have to pull her, and if you wait until she goes into the standard pool obviously becomes way better. But then again, yeah, she's good, right? So you're not gonna regret it, but you also don't have to go for it. You can still just play, let's say, Rin Veronica or Mika Veronica, right? And also, this is also very important. We have 3 times speed. We have 3 times speed. And everything is moving a lot faster. We have that as well. So, dual chat, whatever chat thing should now work. It always takes a minute or 2 for the chat messages to load in, right? You can see yourself there. And yeah, so tier 14 blue pot. What we would be looking for on blue pot is, by any and all means, we need a Cthulhu. So we can get a good weapon, chess piece, or potentially ring. We want the meat event so that we can get the free removal. Yo, Siamis, what's up? So we can get the free removal, and we want... yeah, I don't know. We want a good Divine Epiphany. Yeah, the first option, you know why I actually like the first option? If I play this team right here, and if I want to build either a Rin or a Naja deck, getting a remove 2 is actually a little unfortunate, because if I want to be smart about it, I remove one of the cards for the character I want to build, and then I remove one of the Epiphany build cards. But if I do, then that character is dead for the run. So just for like ease of my mind, having the ability to just remove Rin's shield and then call it a day, it's definitely helpful. The new floor's an hour. Until, so on reset, let me actually put down the countdown. It's something I wanted to do anyway, just forgot to have on the ready right now. So, boom, today's the 22nd, maybe? No, that's a bit too far. Today's the 18th. Why is the 22nd a date in my mind? Is it because of Enfield? I don't know. Something happens on the 22nd, surely. But you know what I'm really curious about? Are we going to get something new in a sense during the next 2 weeks, right? Because we get the season, right? We get the season on, what's this, 200% here. If HP is full, 30 credit. You know, this card, not for any decks, right? At the moment, you shouldn't be using it. But considering how we are guaranteed to get that harder chaos mode, where the only task is beating it, getting a card like this might even be quite useful, because you get both the heal and the ability to get yourself more credit so that you can have a bigger impact for your run upon reaching the next shop. But April is a long time away. Or not a long time away, regardless. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, I guess. Depends on how you look at it. So, where do we need to go? We can't move up, so we need to stay up from the beginning, which means we have 1, 2, 3, 4 question marks, or we go down and then we have 1, 2, 3 as well. So it's the difference between fighting and not fighting an elite. Fighting and not fighting an elite. Probably not fighting an elite. I could have done that smarter. Yeah, I should have just played out any card as like another attack card and we would have been fine. But no, I decided to just play a attack card and I don't know, a cost reduction card or whatever the hell I played. So we took a hit for no reason. Is Karen worth investing to 60 as a second DPS option? Haven't gotten him E2 or his partner, so I don't know if he's good / worth it. You should be able to run Kayron to great success with a Naja. At least in theory. I still haven't been able to put in the time and to like prove it and get a fantastic deck with it. But I feel like you should have a lot of avenues to have Naja help out Kayron. Finally more ring gaming. Yep. I've been rinning for the last few days, but I still haven't, like, I have an idea of a deck that on paper sounds pretty ridiculous. I just haven't yet been able to make it happen. I get to see this question. How do you unlock other branches from trauma codes? You need to go back. Ooh, you know what? We might actually need this one. Do y'all think this is only for the character? Because think about it, this card is really good for blue pot. Or this item, right? Is this team-wide? Because you only need to use a duplicated card and then enemy action count never decreases? Is there really a point of trying to farm good decks? Nah, it's more just building decks for Naja or building more decks if you think the decks you've built over the last few weeks can't take on the tower, right? Because you didn't focus as much on AoE or whatever, right? It's obviously not as impactful as it's going to be starting Feb 4th. Equipment always for character only? That's not true. Not if it says ally in the description, right? Not if it says ally in the description, but with this formula we would probably assume it has to come from the character, meaning that I would have to put it on the character that I intend to build. But if I keep this on, chances are I end my run without a good ring. Then again, as a support ring, this sounds pretty awesome. Like it would enable a lot of decks, a lot of playstyles, and generally probably break a lot of bosses. So, what is your take on the direction the game is going? A lot of statements are being made that the devs are turning away from chaos and exchange expansion of content. You believe that is bad? Oh, you mean the video by that Platypus guy where he said that he's worrying about Chaos Zero Nightmare? I just watched it on the side, and honestly, I can't really agree. It's just like, there were a couple things that were off. But no, I think the way we're going right now is pretty much what you're looking for, because at the end of the day, you still play Chaos, you still get the decks you want, but the whole reason why the whole deck aspect is so interesting to me is what I don't really like is in roguelike games how to some degree whatever you do still ends up being temporary. Like, think for example about like Hades. You string the best abilities in the entire game or whatever together, and then yes, you finish the run, maybe with like a good time, good damage score, but then that's it, right? And then you either get something better, or I guess a different way to beat the game, but there's no way for you to, at any point in time, like, interact with what you achieved, if that makes sense. So yeah, the other branches for trauma code, sorry for just quitting that whole thought in the middle, is you need to go back to a time, you know these like branches. There's always these, I think there's even a symbol on them, but you need to remember back to stages where you picked a direction. And after you finish a branch, you go back to the point where you've picked a direction and you just pick a different one. Is E2 Rin worth it or go better for E2 Shizuru? You probably better keep it for like the future. I wouldn't really think using a universal ego, or however you want to get access to Rin or Shizuru, would really be worth it just to push them to E2. You could probably just keep that for like, let's say, a limited character or someone in the future. But if I had to judge between Rin and Shizuru E2, I feel like Shizuru E2 is more impactful, but you at least shouldn't underestimate Rin's E2, because it's between like 200 to 800 damage extra every turn, and that can definitely add up, and it can help with partner bonuses and the like. So whatever, we just smack it on Naja for now, and then we'll see how we feel. Who knows, maybe we get the best Naja cards in existence, and then it just makes sense to, you know, build a Naja deck. But preferably I want to walk away here with a Rin deck, if possible. Ooh! I mean... You know, call me hypocritical or whatever you want to say, but I really like the draw epiphany more than I do the AP epiphany. But it is the best bottomless hunger with veracity and the cost reduction, and it is an additional point of AP. So if only I could make up the draw elsewhere, I can basically play whatever I want. So... fuck, I guess we're building Naja. Should you build Rin if I have a Shizuru build? I wouldn't say there's like an incredible amount of synergy, but you can definitely run the two of them together without having them clash. But just because you have a Shizuru build doesn't mean you have to build a Rin. Would be nice if they could make it possible to swap gear while you're in the run. I kind of feel like, yeah, once or twice it comes in clutch, but at the end of the day, just take that extra minute of preparation time before you start the run, right? Just take the time, check, okay, do you have food? Do you have your gear equipped? And then go in, right? Like, it's gonna save you a lot of headaches in exchange. Okay, so let's see. What do we exactly deal with here? We are on blue pot. It's the not thieves. Quiz show. Okay, so is there anything obvious we need to do? Okay, here we could convert into a common neutral card. If we go into the shop, we could get an Epiphany 120 or a rare to legendary piece of equipment, but we could also fight him for a rare to legendary piece of equipment, so might as well just bash his head in. Yeah, let's go with Giant Ballista. Even though it's not the most useful in the boss fight, it's still better than nothing. I lost to E1 Renoa. Is she worth bidding at this current point, or should I save my resources for other future units? If you spend your time looking into Renoa, then you can absolutely do some incredible turn 1 combos, turn 1 kills, ridiculous amounts of damage, even at E1, E0, whatever, wherever you're at. But it would take like planning / decks to go alongside of her. But she does have one of the most fun play styles in the entire game. So in terms of is she worth it? Honestly, any unit is worth it. You just have to ask yourself if you want to invest the time like learning another character, right? But especially right now is probably the best time to do so, because you're going to be pretty busy playing Chaos on a variety of characters once the new season releases. So what better time than this to actually figure out which characters you really like, how some characters work, and just build them for the sake of it. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so this was never gonna be a Rin run anyway, according to the cards. So I have two favorites. I have two favorites for the Dark Mist Secret Art Destruction. Number one is the move card, which is obvious. You can play out the card, you can get it back, and you can start playing the Shadow and the normal attack. You can play it 100 times. Obviously not quite, but that's number one, right? Makes sense. But number two, and something I'm really looking forward to build, is the Draw 2. Because it's a 0 cost, Draw 2 Rin cards card. And if you have 4 of those, that is 8 cards. And also because you could use a Secret Art Destruction to draw into another Secret Art Destruction, basically you're drawing through like 12 cards. Meaning that if your deck is only like 14 cards total, which is also still quite a lot, right? You're basically drawing through your entire deck. So yeah, the Draw 2 is something I want to build a deck with. And the obviously the move card, right? When is the new season? February 4th. So the after Naja banner. I heard that if you bring Veronica and remove her cards except for unique cards, there will be a high chance to copy cards from other units that you want to build. Is that correct? Yes. That's because the copy event works like this. Copy events can never give you a basic card as an option, right? They never give you a basic card as an option, and they can only give you cards that can get epiphanied, or obviously are the purple card, that don't have the unique tag. Because if they have the unique tag, then you can't copy them, right? Because you can't have more than one. Meaning that, for example, if I remove Repose and Sir Kowalski, by the next time I get to a copy event, it will be impossible for it to be a Veronica card. What's the for the tower? Tower stage is 26 to 50. That's what the countdown's for. That's a very supportive Naja. We have the, when an enemy is defeated, too vulnerable to all enemies, which doesn't have to be her doing the defeating. We have the shield armor already, and we have this one. When using a duplicated card, all enemies' action count can't decrease. We're going in a very, very support heavy Naja direction. So, my dream asks here would be, we need the event. We need the event so we can make the safe data space, so we could potentially afford the multiple divine cards that we're looking for, which means we need to find the Butcher event. And what we then also need to do is, so I want the Butcher event and I want the Forbidden Hunger. Forbidden Eternal Hunger Forbidden card. That's a mouthful. So that we can put that into her deck and get even more card draw, just to like bolster the ways in which she can help us. It needs to be her? You sure? I mean, we can check it out, right? We have the item right here. Might as well. I don't really mind. Alright, let's see where we come out. I hope we can get another question mark event before we get to the final shop. Ah, come on. I mean, the cost reduction one is okay. Gesture Freedom is okay, but I would have liked to get the... I would have liked to get the... I talked about it, right? And obviously here there is no Forbidden Tunnel. I don't think I need the stress reduction. So, Eternal Hunger... Or Port of the Fury? Yeah, Port of the Fury, right? Would have liked to get that one. But it's what it is. Okay, what do we get here? It's an Epiphany, right? Oh, but at least a Divine one. Let's see what we can get. Coordinated attack plus crit damage. So we either get 261% on 2 hits, or 290%, or in Dark Mist stands 580% from a singular hit. Or we obviously go with the crit damage variant. Yeah, it just makes the most sense. What's the Forbidden Tunnel? It's the Lab Zero mechanic, the swirly effect thing. You find it in interior and exterior. It's marked on the map. Let's see. I can't quite show you right now. But yeah, it gives you access to forbidden cards and some divine and normal epiphany related events. Alright, what is this? Okay, just a new card. Which isn't optimal. We would preferably get as few cards as possible so that the chance is the highest for us to get our copy target. We'll have to see, we'll have to see. Alright, we have this out of the way. Let's get this attack in. Get some heals in. Alright. What's this? On Ravage. Come on. Make it the meat merchant. Please. Yes! Yeah, there we go. That's good. That is pretty good. So, I think we have to increase our stress, get the reduction. And now we should be able to, let's see. Or do we just want to beat him? Because if I succeed this, I lose the convert, which is kind of stupid. So we just want to attack him, right? We don't want to succeed here, because if we do, if we succeed, we fail. So, let's see. It's just battle him, right? Yeah, we just have to fight him. So I didn't even have to do that whole thing before. Alright, let's go. Fail roll? No. I'm not about to try to fail a 6. Do you know how hard it is to fail a 6 roll? I'm not insane. Okay, what do we get? Ooh, we probably go with the morale. The 4 veracity, 2 morale. To go alongside the AP increase. Looking pretty good, looking pretty sharp. Gamba? Hell no. It's going to be not that likely for us to hit our copy target, all things considered, because we have like so many different options. But hey, that's what it's all about, right? Just a gamble RNG. Does it work? Does it not work? We shall see. But yeah, let's do the convert on the basic attack. Yeah. Alright, so the odds aren't looking too great. And let's see, all things considered, we have 4 different Naja cards that could become copy targets. 1 Veronica card. Yeah, and 4 Rin cards. It's going to be interesting. Jajan. Jajan. If you didn't know yet, Jajan. This is not Lab 0, this is Blue Pot. If you go for Naja Y Rin team comp, because I wanted to have the option to build both, right? And then depending on who gets the better card, I decide in the run who I want to build. Alright, let's just make sure we get rid of the card. I'm pretty certain the meat wouldn't be able to be a copy target anyway. But just to be safe, we get it out of the way so that even if we do beat the boss, we don't get it. Can you make the merchant shut up? You would probably have to mute the whole voice lines in the entire game by muting voice. If you do that, you probably get rid of Janjan. Divine, okay. Coordinated attack Rin, huh? Why not? Are coordinated attacks just not a viable option for defense-based characters due to them being based on the attack stat? Because the coordinated attack damage of 130 that Naja just showed didn't seem all that promising, you know? Coordinated attacks just kinda suck in general. Not quite. If you play Selena and you get yourself the coordinated attack follow-ups, she does a ridiculous amount of damage with those. Like, they are incredibly strong on Selena. As an epiphany, yeah, you never want to get coordinated attacks as a godly epiphany. It's not worth it, no. Okay. Perfect scenario. We get the godly card for Naja. Second best, we get a Naja card. Woo! That was close. I told you the copy odds were looking a little rough. So, luckily we at least got something. And it's one of the better copy options, I'd say. So, tops, we're going to be able to walk away with 3 copies. We're minimum gonna have 2. Because we should be able to find the copy event. So, we're minimum gonna have 2. Tops 3. But I think we definitely got... Yeah, we definitely got a little lucky there, I'd say. Okay, so we do not want to... that's annoying. I don't really want to take the Forbidden Tunnel in the interior. But I also really do want to take the shop and the double question marks. Okay, we'll decide if we skip it or go into it when we get there. The Rin is E4. I just found her for the 4th time when summoning for Naja. So that's why we... the sword that she summons comes from the E2. And she gets the ability to trigger her stance with any of her cards, regardless of if they trigger stance or not. That's what she does on E4. So, pretty much just quality of life, you could say. How to defeat this crab on the other one, the single boss fight with high level. It's gone. I don't think you can find that one anymore. Unless they moved it to story mode, which I would think is absolutely amazing. Yeah, I don't think you can fight that crab anymore. Because the season content is over. I do believe they should have just like kept it in somewhere in the game, because it was one of the best stages to like DPS test your decks that you end up with. What to finish before weekly reset? You could check out the shops. You could check out the shops and see if you've done the shops. You can check out the battle pass and see if you've done the battle pass progression missions. What else would be weekly of importance? Yeah, no, Arc City shop, general shops. Just check them out, and then I guess quests. I don't think anything else is super weekly specific. E0K and worth it with no partner? I'd say so still, yeah. Otoroshi no shoshesha. Yeah. Okay, so we almost have... We have all our cards, but we need a voluntary control and we need a domain of veracity epiphany. Okay. And we might just go into the tunnel. I just hope I don't regret it by somehow failing to find the copy event. You know, that'd be a little sad. You know, when you think about tower or anything that's not instantly a boss, this item is pretty good. Right? Like, not only is it decently obtainable by just hitting this event, but getting plus 25 attack card damage per kill that then lasts throughout the whole duration of the fight is pretty good. And the only problem is it doesn't work if you're only fighting one enemy, right? It doesn't work, like, at all. What team are we running for tower? That's what we'll decide based on this chaos run and then the next 25 minutes. Imagine hitting chains. Chains would be a interesting item, I guess, but I don't know if there's anything I'd be like super happy about. Should I just go with the ritual dagger and put that on Naja? Nah, I mean, maybe. I will just fight them. Whenever you don't know what to do, fighting always leads you through. Or something like that. I don't know. Oh no, another copy target. Let's hope we can get the unique epiphany here though. Okay, what's this? Couldn't have gone much worse, could it? Like, I really do not like the choices we have here. Because if we go with the basic attack card, then this pretty much becomes a basic attack only deck. For the most part. If we go with the 4-2 turns reduction, obviously that doesn't work with the ring, right? But it would at least be a half decent way of getting veracity. I guess the voluntary control mealtime one could be interesting. It's a bit more morale. The ability to move it into our hand, which is okay, could lead into triggering the ultimate. But losing out on the 6 on the standard epiphany or 9 veracity on the neutral one, it hurts. Alright. Yeah, it's only when we obviously kill with her, but she does have the, you could say, damage capacity. What is this? Cursed Doll. At the start of the turn, heal 60% for each status ailment and curse card in hand. I don't think we usually do that. We could still pick up the ritual dagger hypothetically, or we could select a offer a sacrifice. The biggest problem I see here is it's gonna again reduce our copy chances, which would be a little sad. I don't know. Maybe we just go with the ritual dagger and smack that on Naja and just be like, hey, it is what it is, you know. I mean, why not? It's a fun looking item. Why not? Very rare case that we want a fake epiphany. True. Unfortunately, there's no real benefit for us to like move mealtime into our hand right now. I guess it helps with deck thinning to a degree. Come on, give me the unique option, please. Unique, 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 unique. Yes! Nice. Alright, so we have one less copy target to worry about. What's a fake epiphany? I mean, I call them basic epiphanies, but every card has a, like every card based on card type and card cost has a specific set of epiphanies that they can gain outside of the usual 5. Like, for example, we have one right here on our Naja. So what you see, the way these like basic, fake or however epiphanies you want to call them, the way they work is they take the card the way it is, right? The way the card is before you epiphany it, and then they add something like for 1 turn gain morale, draw 1, fortitude, agony, mark. There's a couple one of those options, and it's dependent on initial card cost and card type, what does and doesn't fit the pool, kind of in a similar vein to how godly epiphanies work. But yeah, that's what they do. So you'll be able to like retain the base card while still getting access to a bit of an improvement. I mean, it looks like Sneering Dagger. Yeah, Sneering Dagger only works on the wearer, which is unfortunate. Okay, we can remove another card. So we're getting really close to like getting the selection we want. But I'm also getting a little scared that we might just die, you know? Like, I'm getting a little worried that by the time we make it to the boss, our decks will be so empty that we might just lose. Which is certainly a possibility. So now the question. Do I pass by the event? Or do we just risk it and see what we can get? Because obviously it would be a higher chance at a Divine. But we could get put anywhere. Which could already like determine our pace. And I think this route here looks quite good. Where we go up. And then we have a double shop with double question marks. So we would basically be able to sell everything and everyone. Pass. Feels bad, huh? But yeah, maybe we could have gotten like a Naja Divine Epiphany. You know what? It actually would have been pretty likely. Because, let's see. All of these cards are Epiphany. She doesn't have any targets. Yeah, it would have been a guaranteed Divine Epiphany for the Domain of Veracity. Let's see what we get. Maybe this one turns out Divine anyway. It doesn't. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, even more morale, right? So, we now got about as much morale as you'll be able to get out of a singular Naja. But I probably would have maybe preferred the Veracity version. Hey, welcome back, Rin. Good to have you back. You've been gone for a long time. Alright, let's see if anything else is in order. I think so. Give him a smooch. Hit this guy a little bit more. And then make him pay. Yeah, she was gone for a long time. Is Rin good with Naja? I'd say so. I definitely like the synergy that they have going between each other. What do we get here? We get the break, we get the AP, we get even more Veracity. But we better save ourselves that one. Also, it's a special enemy with weakening. Which is why we hit a lot less hard than what we coulda, shoulda, woulda been able to. That's a lot of damage this guy does. We could try to double ult him to kill him. Question is, do we get enough ult gauge until boss? Let's just see if we crit. Ah, sweet. So this should be a one-shot. Ah, close, close. At least we can finish him here and then heal ourselves up a bit while doing so. And we also only paid a bit of our bar, so that's probably best outcome. So, if I had to venture a guess, I'd say copy event right here. Shit. Oh no, it's the book. Select a card to Epiphany obviously doesn't make sense. Follow orders. What does that do? Follow orders, decrease health, and do it again. So we could get access to the Chaos Bible, but that's kind of it. But we could also just beat his ass and still get the Chaos Bible. Huh. Sounds like a deal. He does have a lot of HP. He does have a lot of HP. I agree. That's true. The fortitude is annoying as well. Definitely. Okay, so mealtime. 3 morale because it's in the graveyard. 2 morale. Followed by 2 more morale. Making it 7 morale. Followed by our attack. And there we go. This could actually help us. I hope that by turn 4, we've beaten whatever we need to face in the final boss. But 400% damage is 400% damage, and it's not like it really makes a difference for me in terms of save data. What's the timer for? The tower stages. Tower stages 26 to 50. Yeah, and we might as well make Rin a bit more powerful. Because it's getting to the point that I at least want to make sure we can beat the boss. I at least want to make sure we can beat the boss. Let's actually move this over here. There we go. Okay, so this guy is basically a free win. The only thing you never want to do is attack him when his action count is down. That's the only rule. The only rule is don't touch him when his action count is out. Anything else, you're free to do whatever you want to do. Just don't touch him when his action count is down. You try tier 15, it's not so bad. It depends on the multipliers, right? Or not the multipliers, the modifiers. The traps aren't really that scary. Yeah, but I still would rather just take a tiny bit of damage that I can heal every single time with nausea anyway than risk getting hit for no reason, right? So we get those out of the way. We get 3 morale. We draw ourselves a card. And then we just hit the guy. Because that's what we do. Or we hit people. Alright, at the start of the battle, fixed damage. I wonder if that goes... Fixed damage goes... Persistent effects. Do y'all think fixed damage ignores the damage immunity that the enemies have in the beginning? On the final boss? I hope it does, because this could be some easy free damage that we really do not have to do anything for. Okay, how many shops do we still have left? We have the option to go to 3 shops. And we need to sell 2 nausea cards. And we probably want to get rid of 1 more Rin card. Yeah, but it would be such a waste not to make space on nausea. Serenity just broke the game for you. It makes the game too easy, so you stopped using her. I mean, that's valid, right? That's valid, I guess. I like the necklace. I really do. I think it's a very, very fancy piece of equipment that could just become very powerful depending on how important action count is for certain enemies. Would it be worth it to like lose out on, let's say, something like the Amorphous Cube, the plus 25 damage, to still have this item? It's certainly very unique in what it does. Yeah, we'll probably keep things the way they are. I mean, it is once per battle, you are right. I mean, maybe we'll find another Amorphous Cube in the other shops. Stop buying items, you're harming nausea. When credit decreases, stress increases by 1. Is what it is, she has to live with it. Alright, come on. It's time for our copy event, please. There we go, thank you. Okay, now don't sell. Pick the right option. All stress 10, get the copy. Mutated order is worthless, and select a card from all cards really ain't that great. Okay. Should be a decently obvious pick. We're gonna go with Bottomless Hunger, I'd say. And then we just have to see what the final selection has in store for us. We could find Cthulhu. All things considered, we could find Cthulhu if we do 2 more shops, but we would be gambling with the last copy opportunity. So if we fight 2 more times, we could fight Cthulhu, but we have 3 cards on Rin that could interfere with our nausea deck. The difference between 3 or 2 cards. We still have a battle even if we go to the shop. Who knows? Maybe we get Cthulhu on the final battle, right? Who knows? Alright. We do also have a lot of save data space, so we could potentially consider buying something like a dagger or the like. Okay, which card goes? Probably Dark Mist, Secret Art, Destruction. Rin is on 210 out of 170 faint memory, huh? That's fantastic. Good for her. Alright, let's see. Somebody said not enough credits. You wanna say that again? Alright, yeah, let's see if we can find ourselves a Cthulhu on this final fight. And then, oh, it's these guys. Ah, shit. So first we have to beat these dudes. Oh no. I don't like this. The ability, like, for them to give rapid speed to the other units, it's annoying as fuck. Okay, so far so solid. Nice, so we made it through quite scot-free. Come on, Cthulhu! Ah, unfortunately, wasn't meant to be. Alright, so, final shop. Final delete has to be this Naja one right here. Okay, so copy card goes 0, 10, 30. With the divine, it's 50. Meaning that if we copy this bottomless hunger, we're exactly like on the breaking point. We can't do anything else. So no neutral cards adding in. Otherwise, yeah, that wouldn't be so smart. So come on, give me an Amorphous Cube. There we go. Woo! Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. I tell you, it was predetermined. And, yeah. Okay, this fucker. Okay, now what? Alright, so we summon the Ballista. He summons the fucking ghouls. And we're allowed to take one action, because otherwise they act twice, which would be horrible. Which means... yeah, it's not enough damage. So we can do one attack. That's all we can do. Because there's no way we can kill one of them in a singular action. Alright. Okay, so we only got hit 3 times, which... oh yeah! Yeah, so you know, I've seen better days in terms of starting this boss fight. You know, our break bars. It's looking a little rough. It's looking a little rough. Just a little tough, you know. Yeah. It's gonna be special. Okay, now what? So this would be morale increase. This would kill, which is huge. Okay, so we kill here, gain the 2 morale. Yeah. And then we attack this guy. And then we kill him. And then drawing slash. If we crit, we one-shot him. Ha! There we go. Okay, I think we won. For the most part, I'd say we won. So, a lot of you people were wondering, okay, how the fuck do you deal with this boss? Okay? So, every time a minion attacks you, he gains a singular stack of rapid speed. Right? Rapid speed is what takes his action count from, I think, base 11 down to 2. You do not want this boss to act. Because if he acts, he will have a secondary action at the end of your turn. So your goal is to only have the boss, better said, to never have the boss act during your turn, only at the end of your turn, to minimize damage taken and mechanics that the boss uses, right? There we go. So Naja is out, which is unfortunate. But yeah, now you can see if the minions attacked us the whole time, right? His action count would actually be 2 instead of 8. And that would have only allowed us to play 1 card. That would have allowed us to play 1 card without the boss acting. So the faster you can do it, the faster you can beat the enemies, the less times the enemies act, the weaker the boss becomes. Nah, we're not cooked. We're fine. Boom. And then let's do an attack here. And an attack here. Alright, so give me the attack here. See, and now you can also utilize these draw 1 cards that are 0 cost and good for you, right? The only issue is they reduce enemy action count. But if the enemy action count is so high that you don't care, these cards are, at the end of the day, just buffs, right? Because it's a free draw that also costs you nothing while removing the damage effect of the cards. Alright, so now we're looking for the final copy event. Give me the divine card, please. Yes! There we go. Perfect. So we should be 170 out of 170. You know, something that I find a little weird is why the fuck do these bosses not have any dedicated drops? You know what I mean? Like, why does Bluepot not have any super shiny purple gear? Very unfair. I want to complain. Yes. Yep. And straight into tower with the Serenia, with the Naja save data we just built. Yep. So people, tower mode is here. On reset, they've unlocked the next 5 stages. I was so worried because it said no entries discovered. I thought maybe I escaped instead of beating it. But I guess first we have a mind break to solve. The shiny purple gear and blue pot were the friends we made along the way, like Cthulhu, right? Cthulhu is your best bet in terms of shiny purple gear. That's pretty much it. Behavior. I mean, it's 40% is okay. What do you mean change topic? Whoops. Comfort. Let's go! 90% is good. 90% is good. I kinda have to break out Rin as well. We can ignore Veronica, but Rin, we kinda just have to do her the favor, you know? Alright, so we have two choices. We either try to perfect it, or we try to break her. Nah. No way. No. Not Rin. Not Rin. 100% is all I do. Not with Rin. Anybody else? Hey, maybe. What happens if you fail therapy? You get a affinity penalty. You get some new animations, some new shiny stuff, and you fail the affinity penalty. You get like an affinity penalty, but that's it. You don't lose any save data or whatever, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. Tier 13 blue pot. I mean, alright, sure. So let's check out this Naja deck we just built. So, we have an interesting weapon. We have a Morphous Cube. I mean, we have a chess piece, okay. But then we have no basics. The decrease cost permanently for duration of the fight by 1 gesture freedom. And then we have a double morale on Shackles of Hunger. A triple 1 AP, 2 time reduction, 3 veracity. Combined with the morale on voluntary control and even more morale on veracity. So, hypothetically, if we play out everything perfectly, we get 4, 7, 9 morale. 9 morale just from playing these cards out in a singular turn. When you get a 0 HP and all characters get the purple stress bar, can you come back from that? No. But you can still get one singular turn of beating the game, or you survive until anything hits you. Yeah. What does morale do? Morale increases the damage of anything in the game by plus 20%. So, pretty much anything in the game gets a plus 20% damage boost per stack of morale. Is it possible to get both uniques in a single death on voluntary control if we copy before Epiphany? Yes. You can get hypothetically up to 3 different I think I have a deck on Selena where I have 4 different versions of a card on a singular character. Let me show you. Let's see. It's the same one, just 4 times. Okay, here's 3 different versions. So, the first one is the weakness attack. The second is damage to all passion, gain resolve and increase card damage. And the third one is damage to all 1 passion, 1 draw, right? It all depends on if you copy it before the Epiphanies, right? Who's mommy? I think that's what people call Rin. Do I have enough veracity in that deck? See, yes and. So, Do I have enough veracity in this deck? Let's think about it a bit more strictly. So, we can get 8 veracity from Shackles of Hunger twice upon drawing it. And we can get 9 veracity from Bottomless Hunger, so long as we play it. So the hypothetical maximum we could get in a singular turn would be 17. And then we could still get up to 10 from the ultimate. Does Bottomless Hunger IP reduction stack, or does playing another reset the count? It stacks. It stacks until you use it. So the way this would work is, let's say I have a turn where I draw all 3 versions of Bottomless Hunger cost reduction, then I stack it up to 6, and if in the next turn I reduce 6 stacks of veracity, I get the cost reduction of 6, right? Yeah, so these are my current nausea stats. But one of the big parts on why we have 370 defense is because we have 8 increased defense, right? But yeah, this deck, it has 0 draw power, but in terms of AP efficiency, this deck is certainly up there. So we have something like a 9 AP Ultra Heal Mika. Yep, let's go tower. Alright, so simulation, Spiral Tower of Screams, stage 26 to 30 up to 50. Now the question is, who do we pair with this deck? We definitely need a lot of draw. So when I think about a lot of draw, I think about this Veronica deck. The only problem is, I highly doubt we need that much AP. Because, yeah, I mean, you can see it, right? I highly doubt we need that much AP. So maybe we need to find somebody else. So this somebody else is going to be Rin. This deck is by no means perfect, but it plays in a way that I think could be pretty good. So let me present it to you, okay? The idea here is to have a massive amount of card draw with Dark Mist Secret Art Destruction, right? We have a bunch of card draw, which is amazing. Good, right? We also have this Destruction, which gives us an additional Rin card each turn. Not that important, but it's a secondary in comparison to, like, getting more draw, right? Now, why would we need that much draw anyway? That is because of this card. Retain Dark Mist Stance and create a Dark Mist Secret Art Annihilation. The important part here is it gets ephemeral. What that means is if we play these cards every turn, they do not disappear. So we're going to get more and more and more Dark Mist Secret Art Annihilations to draw by just playing out this card. So, yeah. You can see this deck is from forever ago. I think this is before we even knew how save data really worked. You can also see the weapon. I mean, sure, but yeah, hey, this is so long ago. No, this is 10 days after game release. Nobody knew how the game worked by then. And the fact that I have a deck like this from back then is already pretty surprising. And then something else we could obviously try out would be like this right here. The Move Epiphany, right? Just the Move Epiphany combined with the Darkness Secret Art Black Dance damage and extra morale that comes back into your turn, and we can play it and play it and play it. So if the deck we are currently trying to run doesn't work out, we can always swap over to this deck instead as well. Yeah. Now, for a third character, I don't know. Maybe Ray. Maybe Ray. The problem with Ray is Ray's card draw insta disappears. But we could use something like this, which just has a bunch of bullshit cards in there. But no. No, I kind of feel like to put this deck together, we would need like a draw machine. But I never really built a draw machine. I don't have like a barrel that has like a ton of draw. We have a very low card barrel. But the problem is this exhaust. So I don't know, I feel like we have too much AP if we end up using Veronica here. But who knows? I mean, we can try it, right? We can try it and see how it goes. Ah, yeah, we could also go with Yuki for even more safe draw, yeah. Then we have two characters that just self-draw, and one character that allows us to get the AP costs to play out what we want to play. Doesn't sound super terrible. So how about we do that then? We get ourselves our Yuki. Yeah, decently costly. Some epiphanies. Some self-draw. Not a lot of cards. Do we have something better? A lot of cards. And I mean a lot. So this one here is just a lot of cards. But it also is double belligerence. This one would be triple draw with the double hit, with the super expensive and the morale and the intellect to discard. Yeah. Definitely this one. Memory fragments, she has her set. But I feel like it would be a bit cheating if we E2 her. Okay, so support AP Naja with double solo draw decks of both Yuki and Rin. That's certainly a deck. Alright. So we play our standard card out. Here it obviously only has one target, right? So it's going to hit the longsword. We can just do a singular hit. Obviously slow start, right? Now we get the AoE support. And now for next turn, we have the veracity damage buff and the 2 cost reductions. So if you look at this, you see how it says here, bottomless hunger 2 stacks. If I now end my turn, the 2 stacks are still there, right? Which means now, the moment we do a 2-hitter, we reduce the cost of 2 cards. So the way we do this is use Darkness Secret Art Inner Art to create an Annihilation. Use the Annihilation on an enemy to reduce the cost of the basic attack cards, or of the attack cards in general. Then we can get rid of this card. Get the other AP, get the further AP reduction, draw more cards. get more cards that draw more cards. And then obviously continue with our turn and pretend none of this truly has really happened, right? So good stuff there. And yeah, you see that in our deck we now have a haste ephemeral and a haste dark mist secret art annihilation, right? Okay. And also the reason why we now have such a big hand is because this one is from the E2. And one of these Rin cards was just drawn through the Rin card upgrade card. Yeah, my Rin stats currently are quite good. If you're looking for someone that can get absolutely monstrous base stats, it's Rin. 70 on 211. That is a, yeah. That's a number if I've ever seen one. Alright, so, what now? We hit all these enemies. How many stacks do we have? No stacks. So we activate the Veracity. Do the attack and look at the cost reduction. Perfect. We now save ourselves 2 more AP. Obviously this card getting cost reduced, it's not the best, there could be better ones. But yeah, also look, we always have the chance to draw into more of these cards. And we're basically able to draw our entire Rin deck in a singular turn. And look, now we can again use these ephemeral cards that are going to stay into in our deck. What's your crit rate per memory frag? It's not that high. That's because Rin can get an additional 15% crit chance from potential. So our crit chance per piece is around 4%, maybe slightly lower. We can check it out a bit after. But yeah. Look, we now have 3 Dark Mist Secret Art Annihilations in our deck. And we can again draw 2 cards of this unit, which would be potentially even more of these Dark Mist Secret Art Annihilations, or even more more ones of the draw. And also we get a bit of defense through the fact that it has a bunch of shield. So yeah, so mealtime used, so we get more stacks. Then voluntary control. If mealtime is in a draw pile 3 morale, then we can use Yuki to draw a card so that she also does something. We activate vulnerable on the guy in the middle, trigger the morale effect on prepare to subdue. And then, yeah. She also gets a bit of a chance to shine, you could say. Yep. I like the deck. It's definitely doing some fun things for us here. So, what do we do here? Give me the... Yeah, give me the AP, the Veracity, and this time we're going to move the draw card from our hand back into our deck. So it comes back out with the inspiration active. Then we get rid of some of these stacks so we can get even more morale. To then draw 2 cards. To then use Flash Slash. And do some damage. And then we can also just kill this guy with the ability here. Draw saves another attack card. And booyah. Alright. Oh, these hands! These hands are juicy! Okay, so, let's use this one based on hand size. These ones so they don't disappear. This one, because why not, right? Then even more here. Reduce the cost of this card. Play out Belligerence because our hand is empty. Get even more Rin cards. And then I guess even more because why not? No Rin cards to draw, so we drew through our entire Rin cards in our complete deck. We've used up 2 of these ephemeral ones, and we can now, yeah, just use this crit one, because if we trigger this one, we obviously don't get anything. So here we have 8 buffs, meaning plus 80% hit damage, on top of the 2 morale, on top of nothing else there. So, yeah, and then let's do some, yep, some final damage in 1 turn. That's pretty good. And yeah, I don't think there's a point to us using this, because if we do, we create the card, but the card disappears because we didn't play it, right? Yeah, Belligerence is incredibly strong because it doesn't disappear, but the condition though is you have to be able to brain doesn't work. Belligerence is incredibly strong, but you have to be able to make sure you don't have any attack cards in hand, right? So here we get ourselves even more AP, we activate Veracity, we do the big attack. Nice. So we have a bit more AP here. We can then create another card. We can attack with the card. Then 1 more hit. And then just for... there we go. I think that's pretty solid. That's such a fun deck. Or such a fun team comp. Honestly, it's just, I don't know, it feels good, you know? So yeah, that was 26 to 30. It did take a while, right? I won't say that it like, completely annihilated everything like straight out of the gate instant, but, yeah. Oh, that's actually nice. Perma reducing the cost of one of these flash slashes. Okay, which card do we want to perma reduce? Both of them are basically exactly the same card. So, do we want to turn a card 0 cost? Or turn the card rather to 1 cost? Probably 1 cost. Which means we get ourselves the Veracity, do the attack. And then perma reduce flash slash to 1. Which obviously only looks like 0 for now. That mode only gives 600 gems per season. They're obviously still working on it. It's still in beta, and the problem is we are also at the moment only getting upwards to stage upwards to stage 50, right? We're meant to get up to 150. So the rewards obviously will still be rebalanced, changed, whatever else, right? I hear a lot of people don't like Yuki about her damage or something. It's just the fact that she doesn't do good single target damage. She doesn't really feel the best for bossing. That's basically it, right? Alright, so more Ravage damage taken, Ravaged, and dead. Alright, so give me an additional Rin draw every turn. Give me the double draw here. Let's start off by laying into this dude. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get any Belligerence value this time. I should have just played it earlier for the 1 morale. It's whatever. Yeah, they're going to overall, the way they describe this is that the way they want to buff characters, if they ever like talk about buffing a character, they said they were going to make sure that epiphanies that aren't getting picked as often or that feel underwhelming will just be swapped out or improved upon. Right, so they seem to have like pretty good statistics on which card gets picked how often on which character. And then with that are able to like determine which cards really need, you know, like a second look, a second touch. And that's kind of what they're apparently intending to do every season. Right at the beginning of every season. You're on 40 to 46, now the HP is getting okay, that's something to look forward to, I'd say. Okay, give me this one. Draw me, I think this should be 3 morale, yep, because it's currently in our draw pile. I kind of want to trigger Yuki here, so that we can move this card in, use it, and get a double draw. Nice. Perfect. What more could I do with this? Let's see. We draw another card, so we get the damage increase. We have 4 AP, 600%, 859%, which is a lot. But we could also hit him with the 2 vulnerability. 2 vulnerable, 1 rapid slash, 1 flash slash, maybe. That sounds good. Yeah. So 2 vulnerable, 1 rapid slash, 1 flash slash. Oh yeah, we do get the. Oh, we can basically play our entire hand. Nice. Alright, alright, Yuki. Chill out. Yep, she did show us what was possible. Okay, perfect. So, we get 3 veracity. We get 1 morale here, 2 morale here, 2 morale here. Then we can play out belligerence to then continue our turn by getting more veracity, more AP reduction, more Yuki cards, more vulnerability, and a rapid slash at around 3,500 damage, no crit. Is there any events or something on March? March is still part of Season 2. So March is still Season 2 content. So Season 2 will be February through March because it's 3 times 3 weeks. Meaning that it's 9 weeks, so it's pretty much like mid to end of April is when the Season 3 starts, but it will still just be in the middle of Season 2, so there'll obviously be Season 2 events and things to look forward to. Okay, what do we do here? I mean, sure, why not? Give me a bit of predation. Yo, my Vero. I'm fearing every single day that the hair just, you know, it just disappears forever. So we gotta see how long it goes, you know. But yeah, no, we should again be able to play everything. Yeah, Season 1 was 9 weeks as well, because Yuki release, 3-week banner. Shizuru release, 3-week banner. Serenia release, 3-week banner, right? Alright, and then a flash slash. Let's see. Ooh. He is hitting harder. So it's obviously looking critical, but we are still in a very good spot. So we want to hit him with the mealtime first so we can get the heal. Can we see the level of the stage before continuing to the next tower level? You can just go out, right? If you want to check stage level, you just go out. Okay, so it's these guys, which means we start off with the... Let's see, what do we do here? So mealtime is in our draw pile, which means we could get it into our hand. I mean, why not, right? Why not get it into our hand? And then we probably play out drawing slash. And then we can use this one right here, plus the domain for the increased... we should have probably started out with the increased damage taken. Yeah, and then here should be fine. Kill the boss first, then its assistant. You kind of want to kill both in the same turn if possible, right? But yeah, obviously that's kind of what we're aiming for. Okay, nice. So 12,000 damage. You know, it's crazy, right? These numbers, they don't even feel that high. But look at this. We just dealt 20,000 damage in a singular turn. Did any of you feel like we did 20,000 damage? Because I certainly didn't. I didn't really see that, you know, a big 20,000 damage, but apparently we did do that much, right? But yeah, no. Honestly, Belligerence. This Nausea deck, the amount of AP you gain and save through this Bottomless Hunger allows you to play out all your attack cards so that you can then reliably use Belligerence just through the sheer fact that you've played all your attack cards available. Close. Very close to having them both be dead. Okay, so, boss first and then assistant, right? Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't know, this team is cooking. His team is doing really well. So, what's the enemy level now? 115. Okay. But To's not doing well. I mean, it is a 60% additional damage hit at the end of every inspiration card. Like, I wouldn't expect it to do anything super magnificent, you know? Alright, draw me an attack card. It's already 0 cost. I guess we're playing Domain of Veracity 0 cost this turn. Or I guess this run, you could say. Okay, so. Morale boost. Create a card. Big damage. More cards. Bigger damage. Biggest damage and bye-bye. Oh, pretty sweet. Okay, more veracity, more cost reduction. Give me 2 cards. 1 guaranteed ring draw every turn. Additional morale plus cost reduction plus damage plus an attack. Yeah, we definitely should have played it earlier. But here I'm quite confident that we draw... okay, we didn't draw into anything we could have used here. He's hitting hard. Like, honestly, for him to do 800 damage just because we didn't kill him in 2 turns, that's kinda nuts. That is kinda nuts. No wonder they said Vanguards are gonna be favored, right? Because you have the increased defense-based damage dealt and just the enemies just hitting you like there's no tomorrow. Okay, so a Pleeper's cost reduction, 3 morale because our card is currently in the graveyard, additional morale, plus vulnerability, big time. Oh, solid. And then we can use Belligerence to use a ring card to draw more cards to hopefully kill this guy before he hits us. There we go. Nice. So we can now get a bit more veracity, draw more ring cards, and yeah, obviously kill the guy, because why not? Good stuff. Why do we have a stack of vulnerability? I don't like it. Okay, so 3 veracity, 2 cost reduction. Now what? Let's get the morale, get the draw, more draw, and if you didn't know it yet, more draw, with a side dish of more draw. But no, so drawing slash first. Yeah. Alright. Do we need the ring card damage? We do have 9 buffs. The guy has a lot of HP. He does. So we get rid of our ephemeral cards. Unfortunately, there's no point to us playing this. Sadly. Okay. Now. Brother doesn't have any chill. Like, I know we can reduce his damage with hunger and whatnot. But look at this. We have 1,854 health. And our entire HP bar is in danger mode. Our entire HP bar is like, this is not good. This is not good. Something is very bad. I wonder how much damage he actually would do. Like, I know we have a stack of vulnerability, which is part of it, right? But let's see. 2,293! You know, even with reducing the hunger. That's 4 stacks at 80. So that's 320%. That still makes him deal like 1,800 damage. Ay. So we better kill him this turn. Okay, so increased ravage damage taken. Draw more ring cards. Do the 8 hitter. Or better said, the card damage based on 8 hits. Nice, okay, so he's down to 1,700 still. Because of the morale, but... wait, no. Yeah, we took away 2 stacks. Okay, sure. But yeah, no, he's not gonna get the chance to hit us. But, oh my, if you get an unlucky draw here, like an unlucky hand, I don't want to be in your skin, right? Like, I don't really want to experience the violence that you are about to experience. Okay. 34,000 health. 10 stress when the monster makes a move. Gradual decrease in damage if landing more than 7 hits. So Luke, nerf. Luke nerf, Shizuru nerf, and Mei Lin nerf, right? Then again, usually you don't do more than 7, and even with 7 hits on a Mei Lin kick, that's still a crazy amount of damage. Okay, so what do we do here? We play out the AP gen cards first. Then we do the mealtime. So it's out of the way. Then we get ourselves 3 morale because mealtime is gone. Then we do the vulnerability into the She Sword, into a 805% times 2. Ouch. Combined with more draw, and more morale. An additional attack. Even more damage. And the guy's half dead. Nice. And then we could technically... Yeah, we probably save ourselves the ult for next turn. So we can get even more stacks. But now we're back to 4 stacks of veracity. We can get even more cost reduction. Okay, so we do the attack here. More right here. Get the break, get the hit, get the attacks. Yeah, it would be really good if we had like a damage chart at the end of the run. I agree. I don't know why this is still not implemented. It shouldn't be too bad, and I feel like even in Chaos, there's going to be just nice statistics to look at, right? Look at this, 616 times 3. Awesome. How many stacks of our cost reduction do we have? None. Sag. So I need to get into the rhythm of, if I don't need the cost reduction this turn, I need to play it at the end of my turn to save it for the next turn. Yeah. So I wasted the cost reduction due to triggering it early. Okay, what do we do here? Yeah, we're not gonna get rid of all cards. So, basic morale increase plus damage combined with stance gain, big damage, small damage, and I don't know, maybe drawing the retain card? Guess not. I should have played Belligerence again. If 1 stack of free morale that I just didn't take. Okay. I don't think we need the morale this turn. I don't think we can do much with it. The AP, so... we probably do something super simple. Double hitter. Card trigger. Play it out. Play this card out. And then do these at the end of the turn. And don't trigger them. And then completely annihilate him next turn. Yeah. This should work. So, mealtime... I don't know. Is mealtime in our graveyard? It is. So that's 3 morale. But first we probably want to draw some Rin cards. How many cards do I have on hand? A lot. This could give us 1 AP, 10 veracity, and 5 predation, which is going to be quite nice in terms of damage boosting. But card draw shouldn't be too bad. Combined with more card draw, you know. Nice. So this is what I was looking for. Dark Mist Secret Art Black Dance. So give me the predation stacks. Okay. Give me the morale. Ah, but this is losing one hit. So we're probably best off using it now. Okay, then we do that here. Ah, we drew it instead. Okay. So we could get even more predation. Don't really think that's too bad. And we... yeah. Perfect. Ooh. I guess we're getting hit regardless, but that should be fine. Oh no, because it's haste. Huh. I mean, I guess we're getting hit still. Okay, and then, yeah, probably 0 cost here. And finish him off. Yay! Nice, so we still have 2 sets of stages in front of us. Okay, okay. We cleared it with Magna, Barrel, and Nia. Nice. That vulnerable on me is bugging you. Is it constant? I think that came from an enemy inflicting us with vulnerability. Ooh. So here we can RNG manipulate that we always have Dark Mist, Secret Art, Black Dance costing us nothing. I feel like that's a good idea. So we do this card first, which means this is the only costly card into in our hand. So it's guaranteed to be the one to get hit. Yeah, and then he does the discard, but that's fine. Okay, guaranteed draw. More AP. And a bit of heal. Okay, let's see if we can already build our stash. Perfect. So we do the Dark Mist Secret Inner Art, so we can start making more ephemeral cards. Yuki's a tourist on this team? No, I wouldn't say so. Like, at the minimum, she brings belligerence. Like, we can definitely play this multiple ways in terms of who does what. Okay, how many cards do I have in hand? 9. Rapid speed, discard attack, 6,000, 10,000 health. Holy shit. Okay. Now what? Give me the veracity. Give me some draw. Ooh. Almost max hit. Is there any way we can get like yeah, maybe. Okay, do I think I can play out all our attack cards in hand currently? I kind of feel like I can. So let's just use it early. That would have been interesting if he took away my belligerence. Would have definitely made me question why I kept it in the first place, but now we got a bit more draw. Can get ourselves a free meal time, more AP, more reduction, even more cards. Okay, so I think we just get another annihilation. Very cost effective, I love it. Meal time. I mean, 522 times 2? That's a lot of damage. And then, especially because we're always type effective. Nice. Okay. Yeah, big damage from the beginning. Yeah. Bye-bye. Somebody said fight 4, huh? Oh, it's these guys, the coffin bearers. So when they act, they give themselves 5 fortitude. Ah, shit. Okay, so we want to hit them before they act, right? So Yuki should be for the best here, to just get a bunch of AoE damage out. Let's do EP skill redraw. There we go. I feel like we might be best off first, obviously, getting the AP reduction. And then we move back in the draw card. Yeah. Okay, now we have a very expensive flash slash. And a bunch of cost reduction. Both of them do the same thing, but one of them costs us 1 AP less, so that's what we do. Luckily, these cards have haste. Otherwise, they would attack us a little too early for my taste. So, yeah, I guess killing one of them seems to be the best we can do. It does seem like you actually need healing slash shielding. It does seem like it, doesn't it? Okay, so 6 hits until he attacks. We draw the meal time so we can heal us. Look at that healing. Like, she's just, you know, built different. I mean, one card, 400 healing. Okay. This kills, which means we can play these two. Alright. For this guy, he meant to tell us to save our health. Oh. So we still carried over our 3 stacks of Bottomless Hunger for this turn. 17,000 health. And this guy, you don't want to attack him after he acts. Okay. We do have a bunch of cost reduction here, so increased Ravage damage taken. Even more cost reduction. Nice. No. Give me even more morale, why not? And we draw 2. Zero cost is 0 cost, right? Free is free. Hey, Ron and Bull, appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. We could have probably one-turned him if we Rin ulted. Hey, and we even drew the retain card. Nice. Okay, and we can even heal ourselves by a huge amount if we need to. Let's give him 2 vulnerable. Been here a long time? Question mark? I don't know. Whoops. Finally on Twitch? Yeah, on the 1st of January. Alrighty. So, it's this dude! Yay! We just fought him. So we're fighting a 30,000 health Cruel Bone. But he seems to be working differently from the way he worked before. Okay, he doesn't summon minions, at least not instantly. Rapid attack preparation. At the start of the turn, change to 1 extra action. Extra action. Able to continue actions when acting, decrease extra action by 1. So, still, we don't want him to act. Right? Because if we do, we just take unnecessary damage. Which means we get 3 morale here, 1 morale here, and then we just lay into the boss. Oof. Nice. Maybe we draw a 1-cost card? No, we don't. What can you do? Okay, what's this? 2 Fury. Not much we can do about that. Okay, our hand looks pretty cheap. Kirito shimasu. Nice. So this is haste, which means we can just play it because we want to. The other card would be haste as well. And then we just play Bottomless Hunger for the next turn. And then we end our turn. No need to have him attack us more than he needs to. Okay, now it's time for Divine Judgment. Yeah, probably. We just strike hard and fast. Alright. Big hits here. 1 more action count here. Additional hits here. Where's the damage number? Ah, 2000. Okay. Nice. And bye-bye. 11 turns for 5 waves? Yes, this is Tower Week 2. So, it's time for the final stage. Enemy level 135. We're going to be fighting the Order Peoples. And we get a fashion pull. Yay. Wait, you can't buy food. Okay, I was getting a little confused. Yeah, if he did have his ads, he definitely would have been a lot more difficult or different, yeah. Okay, let's draw some Rin cards. Some more Rin cards. Okay, give me the draw too. Get this out of the way. Play this. And now we should be guaranteed. Ah, okay, it's 50-50 cost reduction either on the basic or on Dark Mist Inner Art. Ah, shit. I mean, it's whatever. Nothing much you can do about it. Why does he hit so hard? Crazy. Do you have a written guide for characters like infographics somewhere? I don't think I have anything like fully written out. If I were to, it would be on the website, but I need to find the time to work on it. I really do. That's a nice greeting, huh? Like you just start into the fight and he just smacks you to let you know what's going on. Unfortunately, we won't be able to have his attack trigger first. And we also won't be able to deal enough damage. So how about we just hold on to mealtime and use it next turn. Yeah. Nice. Okay, now what? We have a lot of cards in our hand that do a lot of fancy things. I guess start out like this. Yep. Hmm. 95 HP, huh? Is that worth it? Probably not. We should have just played Belligerence. I really thought we were going to be able to play it out, but apparently not. Alright, give me some veracity. Some decent healing. Okay, yeah. The boss is kinda hell. Okay. Ah, it's this dude. The volcanic bump guy. Okay. Okay, so we now have 11 stacks of veracity. Bunch of cards on hand. That wasn't a big hit. That was very underwhelming. Alright, at least he doesn't have any morale anymore. I should have leveled my units to level 135. True. I must have forgotten that. Yeah. Oh, that was bad. Like, even though I don't need to undo the action to be successful here, using the card in this way was straight up just horrific. So, alright. Obviously mealtime first, and then the card so we can get ourselves the morale boost. So the question here is, what do we do? Do we believe in the fact that we can beat the guy before he kills us? Or do we focus on the X? I guess we just try to focus on the guy, and depending on how it goes, we learn from our mistakes. Alright, there we go, nice. The XP needed to get past level 130 is insane. I haven't tried it yet. I think my highest level unit is actually level 250, but I paid in the in-game shop for the free pass to level 250, so I don't know how much things cost, you know? I'm a little detached. Okay, I mean 18,000 health is 18,000 health, right? Alright, yeah, looks like we start off with the extra hits. Running Nasha Veronica Renoa, she gets so crazy with these long fights with the 3 bullets per turn upgrade. That is true. You're going to be able to get a ridiculous amount of bullets. The only unfortunate part is, right, that the veracity does not benefit Veronica, right? It's just 6 months of simulations to get level 30, to get enough from 130 to 135. So see, it's not that bad, right? Like, if it's just that, I mean, duh, it's easy, easy. So give me more cards to draw, and more cards to draw, just so the drawing slash can really, you know, smack home. And then, here we get hopefully a bit more cost reduction as well. Look at that! It works because it works. That's what it does. It works because it works. And most of our cards also have haste. Unfortunately, the guy is still alive. Maybe we would have had to like use like a Rin ult or something if we wanted to stop that from happening. Minus 150% damage taken, huh? He really doesn't like if you hit him multiple times. He really does not. Alright, meal time for the heal. Heal time, yeah. Not meal time, heal time. And then we just go to town. Bye-bye. Okay, so 39,439 health. The off screams modifier with 6 stacks of encroaching fear upon him next acting. We start this whole thing with 12 turns. So how long will it take us to beat this guy? How many turns? That's what we need to see right now. Okay, we should be able to play like a ridiculous number of cards this turn. So I kind of want to start out with... it feels kind of like a waste. So it's probably better to get 3 morale instead of 1 extra hit. Okay, 2,000 damage. We can trigger the inspiration for Yuki, so we're not really going to be running out of AP anytime soon. Yep, I'd say pretty solid damage for turn 1. Pretty solid. Probably AP skill ego redraw. Yep, so we get the AP. We get ourselves the morale. Then we move the Yuki card back into our deck. right here. Trigger to get 2 cards. Okay, so this 1000%. Not bad. Another 10,000 damage turn, and this time from Yuki and not from Rin. The variety is unbeatable. Yeah. Alright, draw me another attack card, please. Thank you. Okay, we do Drawing Slash, into Darkness, Secret Art. Into Darkness, Inner Art. Alright, now he's obviously unbeatable. Okay, so this makes it turn 4, right? Oh shit. Okay, so we need to get over 1,000 over 1,680 health. If we do, we survive. So that's manageable, I'd say. Yeah. Give me the 3 morale. Get the heal. And we survive. So anything short of one-shotting us isn't really that dangerous, you know? I wish I had the AP to play all of these cards. Yep, I really do. Kirito shimasu. Oh no! Somebody goes into breakdown. Kirito shimasu. Hey! Totally not luck based. Surely we would have won even without this. It's all yeah. At this rate, floor 100 units will have millions. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see somebody with like 100,000 HP as like the level 200 enemies. But that's a crazy amount of AP. But yeah, we're done. We haven't lost. We used Yuki, Rin, Narja to get through all these stages. And yeah, unfortunately, that's also it, right? In terms of the beta for now, for the tower. Feels a bit sad, right? Seeing as how they said 150 floors and now we only have 50. But yeah, the things that they did say we're going to get on top are going to be like a sticker feature for beating these stages with different team comps. So you'd like be incentivized to explore different teams, and then obviously the other 100 stages. I don't know if they'll be able to deliver all of this on season 2 start, but it really looks like I'm honestly a bit worried that they have too much that they want to deliver us on the start of season 2. Like at this point, season 2 sounds like Christmas, Halloween, your birthday, your brother's birthday, but your brother decides to give you all the gifts that he got on his birthday. You have free from work because it's national holiday. Like, that's kind of how season 2 sounds at the moment. It's pretty much everything and then some. So yeah, we'll have to see if they can truly give us all of that. I want to ask, can we have 2 different Epiphany unique cards in voluntary control? Yes. You can have 2 different unique voluntary control Epiphanies. You just can't have the same multiple times. Is Naja's partner still a must pull if you have her? No, she's not. Naja's partner is by no means a must pull. If you want to just get the most value out of this while saving the most amount of summons, just go for Naja and stop there, right? That is easily how you can get the most value out of Naja and the entire banner. Did I see how tight? I mean, yeah, they've been running from one issue to another issue into another issue, followed by an entirely different issue, while then also reworking the story, while then also giving us a new skill tree, while being asked to patch new units, by giving us a new planet, while like, the devs have to be busy. They really do. So, somebody asked about the substats on my Rin gear in terms of crit. Here we go. Let's have a look. How does my Rin look like? So, here we have our attack piece at 2 crit chance, 2 attack with crit damage substat roll. The only thing you could think about here would be potentially higher rolls in terms of crit chance, because this could be 6%. This is 0.5 off from max. And I don't know, maybe less attack, more crit chance, but it's still a fantastic piece. This piece right here has pretty good stats, right? You have your safe crit chance, you have a safe crit chance, crit damage, attack. We're missing 2% crit damage, 1.9% crit chance, but we do also have pretty good rolls. If I were to change something, I'd take the attack percent and move it into crit chance, crit damage. This piece right here, obviously move the extra damage roll into crit damage. Because why not, right? But no, there's nothing much I'd change about this piece. The most important part is crit chance and then crit damage. Maybe attack flat, but that's just wishful thinking. Here, yeah, I mean, same thing, right? We have crit chance, 0.4 from max, 1.6 from max. And I guess this one is 3 from max, but still, pretty good stats. Also attack flat rather than percentage. This key as well, we have some good crit chance, good crit damage, 1.2 from max, 1.8 from max. I guess 4 from max, but irrelevant. But yeah, no, decent rolls. And also it's very important for us to get the flat attack so that we get even more crit chance. And then here finally we have a very fun piece in crit chance and crit damage, multi-rolls, nothing else, combined with attack as the main stat. So, yeah. Rin missing the instinct cards. Hey, that's why we have a 2-piece, right? That's why we have a 2-piece and not a set effect. And that's also, if we were to run Rin with Naja, this effect doesn't work, right? This set effect does not work. The card needs to be costing 1 when you play it for the Conqueror effect to work. Which is also why I wouldn't really recommend the Conqueror set on your Naja if you have any intention of running either this cost reduction or this cost reduction. The same is true for mealtime. If you have the Conqueror set and you reduce mealtime cost to 0, which you will always do, you don't get a benefit, right? You don't get any reward for that. Yeah, it's close, but especially in the defense department. Especially in the defense department, if you can manage it, always try to look for defense flat rather than defense percent. Veracity works on Renoa bullets only when predation is up 2. It gives you the damage bonus but don't consume stacks like basic attacks. Before we believe that, how about we try that for ourselves? But that would be pretty broken. Like, her getting both the predation buff and not consuming it for every single bullet. That'd be utterly crazy. But hey, why not? Let's check it out. Let's see if that's true. So we have our Renoa here. We want access to predation as well. Which means... Alright, let's see. You are getting the damage, but no here when predation is up. Okay, let's give it a check. Why? Let's give it a check. Why not? So we have our bullets, right? Let's give her base damage number 175. Right? Base damage 175. No crit. She won't crit because she doesn't have any stats. Huh? So now we get ourselves 6 stacks of veracity. Is there anything that could give us predation here? There is mealtime, but it's too expensive. We could reduce the cost of mealtime. No. Okay, once again, we did get a stack of morale from wherever the hell we got it from, right? So we need to keep that in mind. Which means the bullets now deal 174, 217, right? 174, 217. We have 12 stacks here. Is there any way for us to get predation right now? Okay, so more veracity. Big hits. Mealtime, so we generate the predation. Okay, so if predation now does apply, right? You see we have 4 stacks of predation. Let's see, what other damage bonuses? We have the Snow Upon the Heart from the partner for Renoa. And 1 morale. If this does apply, we need to see something like 340 on a non-crit discard. $268. Okay. How many more predation stacks do we have? 1 stack of predation. Okay, easy way to test it, I guess. We have the morale buff. We have the Snow Upon the Heart buff. And we use up the predation. Okay. So, pretty much... Damn. Okay. That's interesting. But why was there a difference now between 190s and 268s? I guess we somehow ran out of predation. But yeah, no, yeah, it looks like it does in fact work this way. I would highly doubt it's intentional, but Yeah, Renoa gets a permanent 100% damage bonus for all bullets so long as if you end your turn on having predation stacks. Is that super easy to get? Not quite. Can you make it happen? Yeah, I guess you could. So, once again we have predation. And now every one of these bullets should be doing like 268 or something. Yeah. Wait, but then how does predation get consumed? Yeah. So, no, that's bad then, right? That's like... That's super terrible. So, yeah, no, she's still ass with Veronica. Renoa is still kind of ass with Naja. Like, 1 predation per bullet? Hell no. Hell no. That's absolutely not worth the setup necessary, nor is it particularly good a damage buff. And you do lose out on the ability to consume veracity. Is it an interesting interaction? Sure. Is it worth your time? I don't think so. It's like you're getting half the kit. You only ever get however many predation stacks you can create. And keep in mind, getting predation stacks is pretty hard. Because if you wanted to get predation stacks, you kind of want to do the ults, you kind of want to do the egos, right? Ego, here 2 more predation, 3 more predation if in graveyard, more predation damage, and then hypothetically more damage per predation consumed. But, yeah, no, I don't know. It doesn't really seem worth it. It did say predation got proc for more bullets than you had predation. But then why? So you mean to tell me it consumes all predation but all bullets get the buff? But you've seen us have certain bullets only be empowered. And it does align with the amount of predation we can get. Because you can reasonably get between like 4 to 6 predation in a turn. If you play it well, so 4 to 6 bullets being boosted kind of aligns. Yeah, no, Veronica works with it completely normally. She consumes both the veracity and a predation stack. New content is fun, Naja solo carries it. Yep, she's pretty much made for it. Yeah, maybe the tooltip procs it, but it doesn't consume past the amount of stacks. Yeah, you'd have to look at the numbers rather than the you'd have to look at the numbers rather than the outcome. But you know, this Naja deck is also something else. We have 6 and predation, 6 right here. Triple copy bottomless hunger and the spirit key fox. Yeah, spirit key fox is very, very fun. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the deck we made. Best sets for Khalib. So if you wanna run like one of Khalib's best teams, you just run Naja Serenial Khalib, and then you just run the Instinct set, right? If you're not running Khalib Naja, then you should use the... Let's see if I have a piece of it. I probably don't. I haven't really farmed it much. This one, right? If you're not using Naja, you're probably best off getting this right here. because otherwise you might run into the chance of not getting or getting the cost reduction. Though you could probably get around it by playing the card early that then triggers the card so that the cost reduction applies to something else. I don't know, but usually on Khalib this set is pretty damn strong. The 20% crit chance 4-piece, and then obviously it's the defense 2-piece and the crit damage 1, right? So crit damage, defense 2-piece, instinct, ravage, and crit chance for 2 cost are kind of like the main contenders. Spirit Fox can copy anything that's not unique, yeah. Yo, Brownie, what's up? Big fan A, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hey, Shirozu, appreciate the follow. Appreciate it. So, yeah, let's work on that Rin potential. 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Ha! 10 out of 10, 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5. I need more of those. I think the next time I get some is from the Battle Pass. And probably upon like monthly reset. Unfortunately, you can't buy them in here. A Rin enjoy in 2026? Yes! Our Rin is cooking. We just beat floor 50 of the tower mode with a Rin, Yuki, Naja team. I wonder how far this team can go. I truly do wonder how far this team could go. Wait, but you copied mealtime, right? No, I don't think I copied mealtime. Yep, you can now enjoy 25 more waves of tower stages. Have fun. Yes, every planet has the same amount of copy events, which is exactly 1. You get on all planets 1 copy for the interior, 1 copy for exterior boss, right? The bosses always. But then every planet has 1 copy event. The only difference is if you play Laboratory 0, you either get a pick out of 3 copy or pick a card of your choice, whereas every other planet is pretty much guaranteed with like a 95% chance to give you a copy event in the interior that guarantees and allows you to pick any card you want. As long as it's not unique, right? Does the 50% damage amount apply to only Khalib or all instinct characters? It's on a character-to-character basis. Set effects only work for the characters themselves. Unless we get a support set in the future that says ally damage increase or ally whatever, it only ever works for the characters themselves. Like, whenever you're looking at a effect and wonder, okay, does this work just for her? Does it work for the whole team? Usually there needs to be the ally prefix somewhere in the description of the character. Hey Wolf 971, what's up? So, do I feel like doing another run of 135? If yes, who would I bring? So maybe Kayron is next on my list in terms of units I want to build. There's only a slight problem. Which team would I use to farm a Rin deck without Veronica? Naja, Ray, Rin. I'd probably use Naja, Ray, Rin. Or Naja, Shizuru, Rin. If you have Shizuru, I'd recommend Shizuru over Ray. If you do not have Shizuru, I'd recommend Ray. Right? Because on Shizuru, you have 1 guaranteed unique and chance at 1 upgrade here. And another unique here, right? So 1 unique and 2 chances. Whereas on Ray, you have 1 unique and 1 chance at a unique. Right? You have 1 unique here and 1 chance at a unique card. You don't have Naja? Then Ray, Shizuru, Rin. Ray, Shizuru, Rin could work out as well. Or you could do the standard Mika Ray Rin. Right? Yeah, you could play City of Mist, you could play Lab Zero, you could play Blue Pot, or you could play the Justice Planet. All of those were. Is Chizuru's partner worth spending the points for? No. Honestly, no. So, what you get here is 8% attack, 15% attack damage multiplier, but only upon stacking cards. And this shit. Like, if you want to know how much damage this deals, it's like 80 damage. If you use an attack card that deals 3 hits or more, you deal 80 extra damage. It's not worth it. The only thing that she has going for her a little bit is this plus 50% damage amount of attack cards for 1 turn. But that cannot compare to, for example, Peiko with her 25% crit chance permanent effect. Or even Haru with her Gaia, there we go. I'm so fixed on Haku, but yeah, no, Gaia with her plus 20% for all allies, right? Yeah, the partners with permanent buffs, I mean, it feels a bit bad in comparison to the old partners, but also it's something that's a good direction. Like, it just feels better to have permanent partner effects than these one-turn ones. Though I gotta be honest, I'm still very happy with Scarlet, right? We have a plus 15 per card with a 30% multiplier every second card, and also the ability to get up to a 100% damage increase for 1 turn based on the number of buffs, right? So I think she's still doing fine. You know, out of all the partners I have, I did think about just buying more Scarlets, just for the sake of getting this final upgrade here. I mean, look at these ego manifestations. Could you imagine having this plus 30% times 2 after playing 2 cards, so plus 60%, and then a 40% multiplicative? Khalib's partners or Naja's? Probably Naja's, because you play Naja more often, but Zeta is nice. Zeta is nice. The defense-based damage by 15, defense-based damage plus 25, and obviously shield for Celestials, and the ability to card draw the highest cost card. But it's probably Naja. Scarlet is basically perma too. Depends on how many Rin cards you use. But yes, Scarlet is sweet. Zeta gives no defense percent. That is true. That is true. She does not give any defense percent. But who else would you be going for, right? Maybe Erika? Just like a standard partner? We'll have to see. But Zeta is still good in terms of like a DPS Khalib. But do you really play DPS Khalib? But still Briar. Briar, what she does for Kayron with her ult is just that good. Like, increased damage amount of design combatants attack cards by 10% for each exhausted card for 1 turn. If you exhaust like 10 cards, that's 100%. Exhaust 20 cards, that's 200%. Exhaust 30 cards. Brian isn't needed when Kayron is A3, right? She's not needed, yes, but she can be used to supplement Kayron and also allow you to pull off the same, like, big damage turn twice in a row. Or also, she increases the chances of you having that Kayron ability on your sidebar, while she's also cheaper, right? So, right, like, because you only get 3 out of the 6, so if you have 2 of them, it's like 50% that you actually get one of the buffs on the side. They should buff Briar like Peiko. No. Yeah, Wilhelmina is pretty good in terms of just raw stats. I agree. Let's see. Did I level my Wilhelmina yet? Yeah. Level 50. I mean, 24% defense, 20% more damage against vulnerable enemies, and potential 2 morale for 1 turn. It's pretty good. Or obviously here, increased shield gain from skill cards. Depends, right? Khalib doesn't usually use that many skill cards that give you shield, but it's still, I guess, a bonus. But no, this draw here, 100% shield, the draw, and I guess the chance to gain counter attack, it's decent as well. So, how about we test if like a counter attack team is viable? So we found ourselves, or I found myself getting the save that I was looking for in terms of defense-based damage as well as defense-based damage taken increase. Let me see if I can find it. No. Nope. Where's that one? Is it this one? No, that's the healing one. I think I might have passed it already. Here it is. Yeah. So we have ourselves the 100% defense-based damage for 1 turn and the defense-based damage taken. And let's go in. Counterattacks aren't real, they can't hurt you. Yeah, if counterattacks were able to crit, oh my, they'd be spooky scary. Okay, so we have our save data select. No, we don't. We have our defense-based damage save data selected. Now we just need somebody to counter. I'm gonna nominate Magna. Level 1 Magna. Yeah, level 1 Magna together with Colonel Hamburger. Alright, let's see how that goes. Okay, so how do we test this? I should have played the upgrade card. Whoops. Okay, I had to back and test versus Taubos. I think it's the finale bullets from Minoa's E2 that is acting weird because I'm getting 2 different non-crit numbers when I discard hand. I would assume the finale bullet hits, the E2 finale bullet hits, and then consumes the predation on the first hit, making the second hit not have any predation stacks anymore, right? That's what I'd be going for. Okay, so we have 1 crystallization. Do we now have a stack of counterattack? We don't. Awesome. Okay, perfect. We have now 2 turns of the damage increase, right? Which means we now go into the next turn. So here we have a stack of counter at 200%. I mean, you can see the number here already being increased, right? Usually it says 100, now it says 200. Just in case, you know, we get hit. We counter for 65. Keep in mind she's level 1 no gear. Okay? Just so we don't forget that. And now this should be a turn without the damage buff, right? You can see 100%, 150. Let's get hit. 33. So, 100% increased damage from the counter. Good. Now the only thing we need to check is... Yep, 33, perfect. No. I need the increased defense damage taken card. See if we can get it here. We can, perfect. So, increased defense damage taken by 100%, which means the enemy should now again take 65 damage. Perfect. And now we increase it by an additional 100. The only problem is the guy doesn't attack us this turn, which is a little sad. Yeah, what can you do, right? What can you do? Did she just choke? Did one of them just make a choking noise upon getting murks? Very informative. Very informative. Alright. So, I want to get out both cards in a singular turn. Both defense damage increasing ones, that is. Okay, perfect. So, 100%, 100%, 100% damage taken. Which means we would now expect 99 damage, right? $98, yeah, basically. Okay, yeah, perfect. So, you can triple the damage of every single counter. If you manage to play out the increased damage and the for two turns increased defense damage taken, you can triple the damage of every single counter. So there should be a way, right? Like, surely nobody has really played counter builds, right? Especially nothing like super just counter focused. But I mean, with a 3 times damage buff, 98, that's probably the highest damage a Magna has ever done. Don't be rude. So that means you could then also get something like perma AoE counter attacks that deal 300% damage per hit taken. Not bad. Four times with tower buff 2 because it's an additional plus 100. True that. So if you can get everything out of the way. Whoops. I didn't want to equip anything. So now that leaves the question, who would be the best for counters? There's only 2 answers, right? It's okay, 3. Is it either an off-build Khalib that does counters by getting neutral epiphanies? I think she might have one that gives her counters here. No, was it on this one? Yeah, so is it what's the best counter? Is it either like an off epiphany counter attack vulture ejection Khalib, or is it Maribel or Magna? Which of these units would hit the hardest or get the most benefit from counter attack damage? You stomped the tower 50 on auto with Naja, Maribel and Magna. Nice. You know what I find a little sad? Why is there a stack cap to counters? Right? Like, why? Could we just not have that? Like, how would that be that bad if there was no cap to counter stacks? Yo, Fino plays games. Would you be willing? Would you be willing to head into the tower? Like, head back into the tower right now and just hit record for your Tower of Screams to just go 45 to 50? And then, wait, no. The video file would probably be too big because it takes too long, right? So unless you have like Discord Nitro, you probably wouldn't be able to send it on Discord. You would have to like what? Upload it to YouTube and send me the link. Because I would like to at least have a look at it. Magna, then Maribel, then everybody else. Yeah. AoE counters, they do sound tempting. They do. We've seen what happens when there are no stack caps. Yeah, but the thing with counters though is, I mean, okay, there's a single card that could take advantage of it, okay? I know. This one. At the start of the turn, fixed shield based on the number of own counterattacks. I guess if you could infinitely stack it, you'd get like a 1000% shield every turn if you have like 40 counters. But still, come on. Was there something else? No. Hey, another counterattack damage buff. Wow. Can you believe it? Plus 20%. That's like so much. At the start of the turn, 2 counterattack plus 20% damage. But it is non-unique. So you could hypothetically get this thing 4 times. Which would give you 8 counterattack at the start of the turn and 80%. That seems like something I might want to chase. Just getting a 4-copy Wolf's Dome deck. Counters can't crit, yeah, unfortunately. Oh, I guess this one would scale with counters as well. If you hypothetically had plus like 1,000 counters, this would be dealing 50,000 damage if you had 1,000 counters, right? So I guess the cap is there for Maribel. But 8 counterattacks does it proc, although, I mean, if you get hit 8 times, right? Like, for example, let's say you face 4 enemies and these 4 enemies hit you 2 times each, then it's going to proc all 8, right? I wouldn't say 1 for most enemies. Usually enemies tend to have like a 2-hitter or a 3-hitter at some point in their rotation. But yes, it would only trigger like once per turn. So you'd pretty much, like with this singular card here, you'd be maxed out on counter stacks for Maribel. Meaning you could then, I don't know, worry about getting something else with the other cards. Like fixed shield based on damage dealt. Yep, you should definitely not underestimate Maribel. She has big potential. Yep. Tower mobs will do 50,000 damage if they get a turn? No. Like, I don't think they do 50,000 damage. They do like 1,800. But so long as you have good shield generation and some healing, you should be able to, right? I think we might get an agent able to boost counterattack multipliers. We just got one. Right here. The agent is right here. She has the ability to boost counterattack damage by 3 times. Double the damage with this one. And triple it with this one. They do 1800 on floor 50. Yeah, but I don't know if they'll do 50,000 on floor 100. I mean, we'll have to see, right? I just found out that you can stack Naja's card, the one that gives increased tenacity damage until next break. So, hypothetically speaking, you could get like increased tenacity damage taken by 300%. I'm not quite sure how that would be useful, but it is kind of funny. Yeah. There is a there is a main website for that. Here, Epiphanies, and then you pick any of the divine visitors, and there you go. Once again, the only thing I change is the fact that you can get the 1 AP Epiphany on 0 cost cards as well, right? But obviously you cannot reduce the cost of a card if it's 0 cost. Duh. Yeah. Alright. Okay, people, I think this is it. Tower mode has been released like, what, 2 hours ago? We've now at least formed a team to beat it. I'm really happy with the team that we ended up using. I like the synergy between them. But if anybody would go in this team, it will probably be Yuki. But I'm not entirely sure who I'd put in there instead. Maybe Ray. Maybe somebody like Ray to like even further damage boost. But yeah, I don't know. We'd be missing like that additional card draw because snack time obviously exhausts itself. So the most obvious choice in terms of like just getting all the cards you need, it would be Veronica, right? Alright, let's try around with Veronica and see if the card draw is completely cooked. Right? Let's see if we just have too much of it. Or not enough of it. I'm not quite sure what exactly I'm looking for, but it's the wrong deck. So we should have a ton of AP. We should be able to play out all the cards we want to play out. My only problem is, look at this Veronica deck. Yeah, this is what bothers me the most. The fact that we have triple basic cards in there, right? That's the only thing that truly bothers me a little. I could use one of mine that are like very light in terms of cards. But I don't think I have any that are, or that I'd consider good, you know? Like this one here, we would have draw 2, but both of them being 1 AP. Here, I guess we have draw 1. I mean, this would be simple. It would allow us to draw a lot of cards. I don't know. 1 AP, 0 cost, 2 draw times 4 is still insane to you. Yeah. Yeah, it looks ridiculous, doesn't it? But I guess if we play out all the unique cards, because they're upgrade cards, we do only have 8 cards. And we can just exhaust this one early. So it's not as bad as it looks. So yeah, this is probably a kind of like play out your entire deck every single turn approach. Does make me wonder if we have the card draw to make that happen though. Yeah, this deck is probably quite dangerous. It just screams, okay, play as many cards as you want and have fun. Okay, let's get rid of this card so we don't have any trouble anymore here. Get rid of these ones. But I guess we can still dead draw decently easily. Okay, guess we didn't have any cost reduction active here. Here. Yeah, if we don't draw into like the problem is okay, so the deck doesn't really work. Now that I think about it, the deck really doesn't work, and that is because we do not have a way to draw more Veronica cards. We don't have any standard draw, because these cards always guarantee us that we draw other combatant cards, meaning that we'll never be able to get all access to all these reposes, because we have very selfish draw on on Rin, right? So we have very selfish draw on Rin, meaning that if we wanted this to work, it obviously would have to be different. Okay, please don't hit mealtime. Thank you. Okay, so now this card is forever cheaper. Maybe we can get some damage out. Naja can have Divine Draw easily. Yes, but if you take a look at this deck, you tell me where the Naja Divine Draw is, and I'll kiss your feet if you can find it. How about that? Deal? Yeah, like I know we can, I even have a safe data deck where we have double Divine Draw on it. The problem is, it's not this deck. Alright. So, if we use all these Rin draws to draw everything that's Rin out of the deck, so that we can then use this Sir Kowalski to just draw other stuff that's... No, not Rin. And we should be able to find ourselves in a pretty good situation, all things considered. Does Graveyard check for cards you played the same turn? Yes, it does. Okay, let's get rid of this unique. So our draw pile should now be pretty empty. And we could be able to play our entire deck in a turn, which would be the goal here. And then just have that be a permanent state. So, one draw, cost reduction, draw two. Draw two. Oof. Get more of these.
切り倒しほころびる恋の子ら命令を立ち上がる気一等斬首この身を刀にして何を作ったミスビネが乱れちゃったじゃない切り倒します沈み込む黒い霧命令を波紋のごとく切り倒し波紋のごとく命令を波紋のごとく
Oh, no more ring cards to draw. How sad.
命令をこの身を刀にして切り倒します命令を切り倒します立ち上がる霧叩くいい全部命令をほころびる恋の子ら切り倒します立ち上がる霧落ち着いていきましょう何をすまだ足りない撃ちましょう集中戦うまだいやいい香りでしょ何をすまだ足りない命令をこの身を刀にして
What flaw is this? 45 to 50. Alright, so what do we do here? Give me the 2 morale. Give me the card draw. Triple attack. Yeah, Veronica, she doesn't yet quite fit in as well as I would like it to be. Also the Rin deck. I really want a copy of I really want a copy of Belligerence. Nothing to draw, yep. But we can create one more. Oh, and probably get rid of all the basics. So, the Nausea deck seems to be pretty damn fine. But we kind of just want to get something more out of our Rin. But preferably Veronica. Something where we maybe get like a draw 2 other combatants, draw 1. Like a draw 3, 0 cost epiphany. I think that'd be optimal. You can retry, right? You can retry as many times as you want. Like, only if you beat the stage do they take your attempt away, but that doesn't mean you can't play it again. Okay, now what? Okay, give me the AP, give me the increase, give me draw. So we can draw out as many other cards as possible. Yeah, so we can quite reliably pull every Rin card into in our deck, but we could definitely do that before. Okay, so 10 veracity, 4 predation, 3 morale. Even more here, a bunch of cost reduction. 2 morale, 2 morale, 2 morale. And then unfortunately we only have one. Shouldn't he go like invincible? I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Opinion on tower difficulty? Hard to judge. Like, feels like something that's worth your time, worth the grind. You might have to craft a deck or two to beat it at its current state, but the real difficulty should come in with the other 100 stages. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, I like Rin. She does do what she does. Oh. Error limit over. The reason why it says that is obviously because we already beat it before, right? Because we already beat this one before. But yeah, no, I really think this Rin deck has a lot of potential. Though I'd also be hard pressed at the moment to like think of making it even better. Let's see. How would I improve this deck? I'm not quite sure, but I feel like I kind of want to get rid of this one for an additional copy of Draw 2. I would like to get a Belligerence in here. And maybe a cost reduction Secret Art Annihilation. So that I could continue stacking as many ephemeral annihilations as I want. To then reduce the cost of all of them by using a singular cost reduction one. But yeah, no, I feel like Belligerence would be a great addition. And then potentially getting rid of one of these as well. Like just get rid of all three basics. Have probably like a mutant sample in there. But yeah, no, the deck is solid. Very solid. It does what it needs to do. And it's old as fuck. And it doesn't have a good ring or a relevant chess piece. But it does have a Cthulhu weapon. So, shout out Cthulhu. Shout out Cthulhu. Makes me wonder how this would perform. We have the 50% damage increase here. The multi-copy just move cards. But I don't think I'd be able to like get access to these move cards. You finally got a pretty amazing red deck. Nice. AP Divine Move Destruction is the Giga Chat Chase. This one? Like, sure, we could use Serenia and we'd probably annihilate this this tower a little too easy. Okay, so Mei Lin has 2 chase cards, okay? The rest is pretty irrelevant. You want 2 specific epiphanies, okay? Number 1 is move 2 basic cards to hand, decrease cost of those by 1, right? So the way that works is you get rid of the shield, and then you can play the strikes, get them back after having played them, play them again, play the card again, get the strikes back again, play them out again, right? So you can get a massive amount of these strikes out. That's important why it says move, because otherwise you won't be able to get them from the graveyard, right? Draw only gives you from the draw pile. Move allows you to get the cards back even if you've played them this turn, right? So you want to get the unity of attack and defense right here. And yeah, so that's for those. You could potentially also think about it if you can. You clone the unity of attack and defense before you copy it before you epiphany it, and then you maybe get yourself a side of 100% basic attack increase, but that's not that important. And then the finisher card. So you want this card, and then the finisher card is this epiphany right here. For 1 turn, every passion card you've used adds an extra hit to this Rising Dragon Spire. Meaning that you play out your 2 basics, you get 2 hits additional. You play out 1 unity attack and defense, you're on 3 hits. You play the 2 strikes, you get again, you're on 5 hits. So you pretty much get 3 additional hits for that card per unity of attack and defense you play. And that's how you get up to like, usually around like 10, 20, 30 hits, which is a crap ton of damage. And then the favorite variants from the other ones, this one here, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. But if you're fighting something that's not passion weak, getting the passion weakness or keeping the passion weakness is quite good. The Ember can help if you break a lot, but then you probably just go by the buy 30 and 1 passion weakness. If you are fighting something that's passion or generally like passion weak usually, then you want the crit chance increase, as well as on crit hit, tenacity, damage, and Ember, because this one's quite quite fucking good. So yeah, it's between this one if you're facing something that's weak, or this one if you're facing something that isn't weak. And here, let's see. Either the Passion card one, because if you run it with Renoa, you can stack this from not just Maelin but Renoa as well. Or the plus 50% per basic, or the plus 30 per card used, to further increase the damage of Rising Dragonspire and the punches. Do you know what Ray card 40% void damage in Divine? The only thing, there's only 1 Divine Epiphany you can get, and it's 1 morale, 1 AP. Right? Upgrade cards only have a single Divine Epiphany. So, if we go to our save data... no, not quite true. You could also get the cost reduction by 1. Not quite true. So it's either 1 morale, 1 resolve, or you get the 1 cost reduction. Those are the 2 you can get. So yeah, Rin the AP Divine on the move 2 makes it like a Void Maelin. Still not quite, because you're moving 2 while paying 0 to get 1, which means you still spend 1 AP on the combo, whereas Maelin pays 0, gets 2 cards that cost 0, and can still get an AP on the unity of attack and defense, so she goes plus 1 AP, whereas Rin would go negative 1 AP, right? But yeah, no, this deck, together with Naja as well, I just need to get a good one. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking for exactly, but yeah. So my idea to make use of Dark Mist Secret Art Annihilation would be using this card right here, Gesture of Freedom. So Gesture of Freedom works in a way that it permanently reduces the cost of whatever card you hit with it by 1, meaning that if you hit one of the cards of the move version with the by 1 reduction, that means that every single time for the next turns you play this card, it's always going to cost 0 rather than 1, saving you 1 AP. Meaning that if you have 1 AP or even 1 draw or whatever on this card, you start being AP neutral. And then, yes, you either get yourself the... you either get yourself the cost reduction AP, the 1 cost reduction, meaning you would pay 0, make this card 0, play the card for 0, and reduce the card of the reduce the cost of Dark Mist Secret Art with that card to 0, meaning you'd pay nothing to pull off the combo. But if you can, you could also just get this card on a second teammate as well, and reduce the cost of both to 0. Right? You could just get 2 of the Forbidden Gesture of Freedom, reduce both, and then pay nothing. Right? Pay nothing, and then get the full benefit from like 1 draw, 1 AP. And then you could also go for a more aggressive one, like the crit damage 2 hit, the 4 hitter, or just the base damage. Like, this one is better than you think, because it has the highest base damage, meaning any multiplicative multipliers on this one have the biggest effect. And this one, I don't know. Like, it's fun, it deals 300% sure, and it gets 100% more, so it's 600, but it's also just 1 hit. Yeah. But yeah. No, what's even more important though, for you to get damage with this combo, is you need skill cards. You need at minimum like 2 or 3 skill cards so that you can further increase or make use of the extra hits for Dark Mist, Secret Art, Black Dance, or you're never going to see the full potential. So you probably kind of want some type of like retain skill card that you just don't play. Because yes, if you have multiple of these in your hand, sure, you're gonna get a bonus, but every time you use it, you lose an additional hit, which means you don't really want to be reliant on this to get yourself the hits. What team combo works best with Serenial, Selena, or Naja? Do Serenial, Naja. Do Serenial, Naja, and then any third, and you should be cooking. Is it time for a new ring guide? Yeah, it kind of is, but I kind of want to do it when I have something that's like disgusting. Okay, I mean, technically I could already make a new guide just based on this deck and this deck. But I spent the last 3 days farming for Rin and playing with her extensively, so I'm still just kind of waiting a bit. Do you know the Bottomless Hunger is a permanent cost reduction for the turn? I got the Veronica Pendant with Retrieve and Divine. It's not for 1 turn. It's permanent. Right? Like the cost reduction you gain from Gesture of Freedom. Do you know the Bottomless Hunger? Bottomless Hunger? Oh, this one. No. That's one for 1 turn. Yeah. Oh, so you mean... Oh, yeah, this might actually be for the entire turn, because it doesn't say until used, does it? Yeah, that'd be even better, no? Decrease cost of 1 in random heart by 1. I mean, let's test it out right now. Why don't we? You never made the gear guide? I'm still working on it. I still need, like, for example, I'd have to, like, get a couple more of these crystals so I could show you what to look for when crafting. And putting that together, it just takes a bit more time, but it's on the list. But yeah, sure, let's see if it's permanent. Why not? Yeah, Freedom is forever, but is the other one for the entire duration of the turn? Because this would be even better. This would be even better for Rin with the multi-move. So let's see if that works. So what happens to a card that you cost reduce and move back into your hand in the same turn that it got the cost reduction? That's a bad start hand. Hey, you got Naja and a partner back to back? Nice. Okay, let's test it. No, we can't test it. We need a better hand. Shit. Surely one of these days we get a better hand. I mean, Naja is already better than Ray for Rin. I think. Like, just based on the predation damage, the additional damage you could get. Like, I already prefer her above Ray for Rin. Even without that working. They really don't want us to have an easy time testing this, huh? So what we need is the move card, or 2 move cards, and the cost reduction on hit 1. Dark Condensation is anti-synergy with Rin's ult card. To a degree, but also increasing the damage of all the remaining hits is quite valuable. Okay, so this turn doesn't work. Okay, this should be it. So, the question is, what happens now, right? So we use the card, we draw ourselves 2, huh? Now let's get this out of the way. Let's get the AP here, get this card. So now this card is 0 I'll find a stronger enemy, I'm sorry. Maybe I should just jump into the tower. Not that it like matters all too much, but maybe we should just jump into the tower. Alright, here we go. Okay. Yeah, we don't have the combo. Come on, it can't be this hard. So let's see. Yeah, still not the combo, but we can at least play out these cards. Okay, we should be able to confirm it next turn. Not quite. Fuck. Do we die? Oh, god damn it. That's annoying. You know, dying wasn't quite on my bucket list. Maybe we shouldn't have hopped into the tower. Oh shit. How hard could it be to get this hand? Okay, here we go. So. Ah no, wait, but the card needs to be in hand. Okay, it's a bit roundabout, but we use this to reduce the cost of Secret Art Black Dance. Then we play out Black Dance. And then we get back Black Dance. Does it cost 0 or 1? That is pretty fucking good. That is pretty fucking awesome. Yep. So you either get yourself the forbidden card, or you just use her. And then, or I mean, even if you do get the forbidden card, that just makes it even easier, right? If the forbidden card doesn't land somewhere else. But yeah. Holy shit. That is pretty damn good. Yeah, you don't even need the... So you would probably prefer to get the draw epiphany on the move card. Yeah, but conductive protein only works for one turn, right? But yeah, no, that is pretty huge for anything where you use like the same card multiple times, where the only real beneficiary at the moment is Rin. Yeah, so I guess I was thinking a bit too small even. I was mainly already looking at building the 4-card move, attack, whatever the hell combo. But I guess I wasn't thinking big enough. If you basically don't have to worry too much about the cost, because you can just perma reduce the cost of these cards for the entirety of the turn. Damn. So yeah. Is there another character that has the ability to use the same card over and over for one turn? Yes, obviously there's Serenia, but she doesn't need the cost reduction. Was there somebody else? Haru. Could we cook with Haru for this one? I guess so. Making anchor shot. Ooh. And if it only costs 1, then you also lose less damage if you were to try to play it for nothing with this epiphany. It's not that important, but yeah. Yeah. So, biggest beneficiary probably Rin, and then second beneficiary gotta be Haru. Owen has a move card? Yeah, I guess he does. But it would be Wind Charge. And Wind Charge... I mean, okay, let's see. What could we do here? You could get the one hit to the next attack card used Wind Charge. And then move that one 4 times to your hand. Ah, but the problem is it says discard pile, not graveyard. So it doesn't work. That's the problem. Like if you take a look at Rin, if you take a look at Rin, if you take a look at Maelin, if you take a look at all these other units, it says from draw pile or graveyard. Graveyard includes both discard and used pile, where Owens wouldn't work. Doesn't work. So yeah. But yeah, damn, that is pretty big. So yeah, the next 2 times Veracity is activated, decrease the cost of 1 random card in hand. So that means you could either run it as base or get the draw epiphany to get incredible value out of this card. And then you probably, seeing as how you're not limited, you might just want to get like a 2 morale neutral epiphany. Because it's going to be 2, 4, 8, 6, 10 morale, hypothetically, from playing Annihilation. Yeah, so the only other thing we need to solve is how do we get retain skill cards? If we use Bottomless Hunger here, you could technically get Bottomless Hunger as a retain skill card, but that's not quite what we're looking for. So then maybe from Ray, you'd get like 1 retained skill card from Ray. Yeah, Orlea would be like a vulnerability Orlea. Ooh, also Orlea with the crit chance potential. Ooh, maybe I go for level 60 Orlea. But yeah, no, we could get 2 retained skill cards in Sturdy and Softy. And then we just do vulnerability spam / softy spam to get ridiculous damage boosts. But then we run into another problem. Card draw. Yeah. Then what? Shackles of Hunger could be a retained skill card, true. But we would also lose the Veracity bonus. Cassius. I mean, I guess we would be using some 0-cost cards. So that would mean we would use like a Cassius deck with... what? Preferably 4 copies? 4 copies of Dice Trick? So that we're getting 1 000 and 4 other cards, and then we hope we get a draw card. Get 2 different epiphanies of Shackles. I don't know if that would be worth it wasting a copy. I'd rather just get Bottomless Hunger, Divine, with Draw instead of AP. To like help mitigate that draw problem. Yeah, or just use Gesture of Freedom to like need less Bottomless Hungers. I don't know. What does the tag remove in a curse card do? It means you do not carry it over into your deck, but what it also means is if you play the card enough times, So remove 2 would be play the card 2 times and it removes itself from your deck. Yeah, it probably would just be Veronica with a repose, 0 cost repose, draw 2 other combatants, draw 1. Or something like that. Would Nia be a better option than Ray with Shizuru and Naja? If you can get good card draw, probably. You tested out a triple Shackles build with Spirit of Key Fox and she works better as a DPS in the team because you stack upwards of 20 Veracity. Uh-huh. I think with the Hungers we'd rather have the draw 6 forbidden skill for Rin as well. What you mean draw 6 forbidden? What would be Shizuru's best team right now? Shizuru, Naja, Ray with basic attack card boost seems pretty strong. Is Ray worth leveling? The only time you could ever question this if you for some reason have a level 60 or level 50 Naja. If you do not have Naja and you haven't leveled Ray to level 50, what are you doing? Right? She's awesome to play in Chaos. She's an incredible damage boost or damage buffer. Yeah, Ray's good. She's pretty good. But yeah, so let's say we do have the problem of cost solved, right? We do have the problem of cost solved. We use the save data deck. Then I guess, yeah, morale comes in from the Shackles of Hunger and from the voluntary control. Veracity comes in from there as well. You don't even need that much veracity. So yeah, no, I think this deck, besides the fact that it's 1 AP rather than 1 draw, is pretty much perfect for what we'd be looking for on Rin. Forbidden Disposer is the potential draw 6? The fuck you mean? What that even be? Forbidden Disposer. Oh, you mean you draw into the unique card of her? Nah, I don't think that. Because it's usually... You mean Disposable Ego draw 1 to hypothetically draw into a mealtime? That never works, right? One of the reasons why it wouldn't work is because you're always going to have some veracity stack, so it's probably already down to like 2 cost, 1 cost, 4 cost, whatever. And then for you to predictably draw it, you would have to run something like... something that allows you to put the card back on top of the deck. All my characters are 55 are the meds used for 60 worth it. Only on main DPSs. You're saying at worst card would be a skill card in hand, but it doesn't have retain. Right, like preferably we would like something that works for multiple turns. Like this one. Forbidden Eternal Hunger would be retain. Would be draw 1 AP, so decent value upon getting it for the first time. So yeah, Eternal Hunger could work for that purpose. It would just kind of chill there and add an additional hit to every single one of your... Yeah, every single one of your black dances used, right? But the big question is how do you get yourself guaranteed 4 Darkness Secret Art Destructions into your hand every single turn? Right? Like, how would we get ourselves that in 1 turn so we can like truly get the value out of it? Yeah, Joker can help us find one, sure. Did you already try Karen with Naja? Is there any good synergy? I would say so. Like, I don't even need to try it to know that there is. And that is because Karen is very Karen is very costly and Naja is very cost efficient. So you pay, for example, 2 for the True Abyss to create 3 futilities. True Abyss is going to hit, reducing the cost of 1 card in hand by 1, probably one of the futilities, so that you can then play out the futility, do another hit, reduce the cost of another card, obviously with Bottomless Hunger. So I really think you should be able to get a ton of value out of Naja Kayron, and it should also work incredibly well if you have low like a low ego Kayron and a no partner Kayron, because you can then stack towards an incredible black hole without having to rely on the E3 or partner to exhaust futilities in graveyard, because rather than letting them get into the graveyard into the first place, you just play them out. You just get them useful, right? Yeah, I mean, we can give it a quick peek. I'm probably gonna skip towards the boss because that's something that will probably give us big dopamine, big quick. But is this one the? Ooh, okay. Let's see. So 8 minutes 10. Oh, that's a long boss. Let's see. Okay, so start turn 12. And then you'd have, triple defender. So what do we have here? So we have the attack, we have draw 1, give ourselves another vulture, 2 cost, easy, out, some additional shields. 493. 700 shields. There was an end of turn hit, huh? There wasn't a counter. Yeah, so end of turn Magna. 851 on a crit. Not bad. Okay, so increased defense base damage taken. Big damage, big shield. 400 shield, 1500 damage. Bit better shield, keep all the cards in hand. 600 end of turn hit. 370 damage counter. It definitely gets the job done. The question is, right, for how long and for the higher stages. My most lucky run yet would we have. Holy shit. Yeah, people. You don't really do much more here. We have the draw 2 4 times 1 AP. 170 points. You have the perfect weapon for 40% damage after 2 draws, which is super easy to get. You have the 1 AP. You have the Sir Kowalski draw 2 version, meaning that you have draw 10, hypothetically here. You could use the Sir Kowalski to draw additional reposes, because after you play out all these cards, like if you use the reposes to get other combatants, then the only cards you can draw are Sir Kowalski's into more reposes, so you can use more reposes to draw more cards. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad, he says. Alright, people, I think this is it though. I think we had some fun. I think we crushed the tower. And I am very much looking forward to me grinding even more Rin decks so we can make the perfect godly Rin. Draw Divine on Hunger and move, and then as thin as an Olea deck as possible. Upgrade Sensor, no basics, only 1 copy of the vulnerable application. Yeah, but I kinda want, you know, I still want, like, rather than focusing on maybe more hits, we still need, like, a damage boost, right? We still need damage boost. We need, let's say, Veracity, we need Predation. Like, I feel like we need to build around this deck and somehow find a way to, like, utilize the extra AP on other cards, like, for example, the morale gain here. So the biggest gateway would probably just somehow be card draw, right? Like, if we have AP here, then we have no draw in there. the best we could then get is probably a Rin with Dark Mist Secret Art that has draw 1 on it. 4 copies of that. And then figure out the rest. Right? Like get draw through Secret Art Destruction, because that's so easy, right? I mean, at least the only options. See, this is why I like, if you ever think about divine farming for cards, the best cards to divine farm for are 0 cost skill cards. 0 cost skill cards have only 2 options. 1 AP or 1 draw. The important part though is the skill cards cannot have a shield. Because if they have a shield, that means that you could also get the 30% increased shield value, right? But if it's a skill card that doesn't have a shield, then you can only get 1 AP or 1 draw, both of them being like top tier. That's the same is true for Naja, right? That's why getting this isn't that difficult. If you hit a divine on Bottomless Hunger, on any of the, like on the base epiphany, on the Voracity epiphany, on the just cost reduction epiphany, it can only be AP or draw, right? Yeah, it cannot have heal or draw. It cannot have heal or shield, but if it doesn't, then every time you hit a divine for any of those, you're guaranteed to get either draw or AP. Right? Like that's one of the reasons why we have this card right here, right? This card doesn't have shield, doesn't have healing, can only get draw or AP. Yeah. Probably do a Rin that, why not do a Rin that focuses on both, right? Clearly the goal here would be to get a 2 morale base epiphany annihilation, so you can start stacking more annihilations for more damage. And you're probably gonna have 1 or 2 skill cards so that you can at least get 2 or 3 hits. Is 7 turns for floor 40 to 50 good? That is pretty fast. But I would assume anything Serennial is probably pretty fast, regardless. Okay, I have a dumb idea. I'm going to take my Serennial deck. And I'm gonna pair up with 2 0 card decks. Let's see how long she holds out. Full auto. 0 just Serennial. So the big question is, right, if she doesn't 1-turn stuff, when does she get hit? Huh? Serennial is without a gear piece. Oh, you're correct. And I guess she would not be playing optimal. Nah, okay, I guess we have to give her a fair chance. So we're going to be playing our saves. We're going to be playing our saves, and we gotta give her a gear piece, obviously. A crit damage one. Probably the one on Rin. Or is it the one on Naja? 1.9. 3.6. Probably the one on Rin. 58.1 on 220. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. No, even if you beat the tower. If you beat the tower, you get your attempt back. If you fail the tower, you can play the tower as long as you want. It's a weird way for the devs to like describe it. I don't even know why there is an attempt count. Like the only reason why there's obviously an attempt count is because of the stages, but if they wanted to make it clearer for people, they should just have given like a lock. They should have just put a lock on the first, on like stage 26 to 50 until today, or just done it slightly differently, right? Because the way it's currently, it just makes you feel weird in a sense, if you get what I mean. You couldn't redo last week at all? Oh, you could. You absolutely could. Yeah, I mean... shit, I sold that one. I should have used a different one. But yeah, no, I guess Serenia, at the end of the day, right, she's just... a bit different. Okay, let's see how fast we can do something against this guy. Yeah. Oh shit! Anti-Serenia? What? He clearly blocked all our damage there. Such a cheater. But yeah, no. We almost got the guy, and then now we could just yeah, make sure he doesn't stand up again. Okay, final boss. Who dies first? We or the boss? Okay, let's get ourselves the crit chance upon break. Yeah. Ah, Serenia, you beautiful piece of work. So, yeah. I don't know what to say, right? Just bitter Serenia. Yeah, so you can do the entire tower for now undamaged. In basically 6 turns. Yeah. You know, I was definitely having a bit more fun, but with the other deck. But yeah, there you go. Serenia can solo the current tower, no problem. Senmetsu, Senbetsu, Sanmatsu, Sanmutsu, Kobold Laitu. So yeah, Serenia still cooks. Were there other 2 characters? Yes, but they had 0 card decks. They didn't do anything. They just existed. Yeah. You have 4 copies of the laser that creates 2 lasers in the grave with 1. The problem of that one is it doesn't get you lasers back. Like, it doesn't come back upon break. Right? That's like the only complaint you could have with that one. But yeah, Princess Serenia still does what she wants to do, right? She doesn't really care too much. I mean, why would she, right? How much crit chance do I need? 1.9 if I also want to get the talent, which means I need 5.5. Yeah, I'm not finding that. Could I show a Naja build for Serenia? I mean, it would be pretty simple, right? You want to get as many predation stacks if you can as possible. But no, something close to this. Like 2 morale, so every laser hits harder, right? The more morale you can get, the better. Draw AP or just standard or morale version on Bottomless Hunger. And then here you could either get voluntary control on predation, meaning every time the card is moved, you get a stack of predation. Or preferably you just go with the 9 veracity or 3 predation. And then here, this one is kind of what can help you a bit. And that is the 100% increased Ravage, AoE, and 3 veracity upon Ravage. That's like one of the more important cards for her. I mean, I don't even know if we need the AP Divine on Serenial here. Like, just the raw existence of the laser. We could probably beat this with this one as well. Yeah. We could probably beat the tower like that as well. Because I don't think we got too much value out of the AP Epiphany. What map would be ideal to farm Naja? It depends. If you're looking to make a divine deck of any kind, you want to play Lab 0 or Blue Pot so that you can get the removal event, right? So removal event is quite huge. And then otherwise any planet goes, but where you find a bunch of good items are Lab 0. Well, regardless of it, Lab 0 still has a bunch of good items for her. Order Planet has a bunch of good items. Yeah. Instinct Planet has a bunch of good items, also really yeah, just really, you could say AP friendly. I guess this might be the biggest problem we run into. And that is her not playing the turn optimally, allowing us to take damage. I guess that's like the only thing standing between her and AP Auto Town. Though, who knows? Maybe she can still do it. I mean, auto-targeting seems to be hitting the right unit. Now for the real test, the order in which these cards are getting played. Okay.
コバルトライトコバルトウィ殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィ殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィ殲滅狙います殲滅コバルトウィ殲滅狙います対象を集中攻撃しますコバルトウィターゲットロックコバルトライト
Not too bad. Hey, and we even get the Pico partner. I did not expect that. That's pretty much just as we played it manually last time. The only difference is we got hit once. Could you do solo Renoa for the current final stage? I don't know, my Renoa isn't built. I wonder if Mei Lin could solo this with her move card. Yeah, this is definitely not played optimally. Surprised probably nobody, but yeah. How are we not critting? Like, you don't even understand how ridiculous this is that we're not critting. So we have 68.1. With this one, 10%. We have 78.1. And then the plus 20. We should be unable to... Yeah, 68 plus... Yeah, no. 68 is not 78, so it's just 68 plus then partner. Okay, we are on like 93.1% crit chance. So I guess it's still somewhat likely for us to not crit. All things considered. Yeah, so we're missing like 6 point something whatever percent. But yeah, no, enemy half dead. It doesn't even attack the first 2 turns. So yeah, auto, full auto seems to be quite reliable as well. Yep, 7 turns. Full auto, huh? Ay. Yeah, so we'll have to see what they do with the other stages. But if you're not using Serenia, things will definitely be a lot more difficult. Nerf Cassius? Sure. Agreed. Fuck Cassius. But yeah, no, you could still definitely play Cassius here for sure as well. By just running him together with Serenial or Luke or whatever you want to do. But yeah, no, now we're actually done. Now we're actually done. I guess I said that now 5 times. But yeah, no, we found out that Serenial is doing Serenia things. Appreciate it. Been a pleasure, and yeah, we see each other tomorrow. Well, I guess. We'll have to see what happens with Monday and weekly reset and all that stuff. So yeah.